on today's episode of Oh, so they finally admitting it now. What's going on, y'all? What's going on? Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in. Look, I have been ready. I've had technical difficulties because I'm trying to do something here. And it does not seem to be working the way I want it to. So yeah, of course. And that's somewhat my fault because I tried doing it last minute. My fault. It didn't come to y'all with a stream yesterday because Z and Miss Z went to go see um Godzilla and King Kong, and I will not spoil the movie for you guys, but it was a pretty good movie, very interesting. I think y'all will like it. Yeah, for those of you that are Godzilla heads or King Kong fans. So yeah. All right, to the topic. Um, Hopefully you guys got to check out the link in the description box. Um, this was, I put this up like yesterday or even maybe the day before. So hopefully you guys got to check it out. It's about an hour long, give or take. Yeah, about an hour long. Professor Odie, right? Professor Odie admitting just about everything we say here in the Black Manosphere, which speaks to something that FD has said to me on more than one occasion now, and it's essentially our tone. And to that I say, F that, because the women aren't told to tone police, and they are not tone policing, right? They are not tone policing, and nor should we, nor should black men, particularly black men part of the Black Manosphere. You know, pretty much what Professor Odie did here was intellectualize everything we say here. The hypocrisy, right? Y'all know Z for saying the patriarchy by feminist specifications, the benevolent patriarchy, right? The calling men zesty and sassy as a homophobic insult to heterosexual men in specific. All of the things that we say here, Professor Odie, not even pretty much said or pretty much admitted. No, just outright said and admitted. All he did was back it up by bell hooks quotes. All right. All of the women weaponize this term and this concept of emotionally intelligent as a way to shut the average black man up. But if you are actually emotionally intelligent, now you're zesty and sassy. Professor Odie admitted all of it, which means they always knew what we were saying was right. They just were too cowardly and afraid to say anything. Because the wave is with the mean, angry women who are just mad about who didn't want them in middle school and high school. Yes, Mr. Z is going to continue to say it because that's what it really is. Dear FD and Professor Odie, dear foreign man in a foreign land, don't expect Kim Foster, I'm going to say her name, don't expect her to ever admit it. Not outright anyway. She admitted it, and guess what? It's still on Themis's channel. Don't expect Khadijah to ever admit it. She might. Well, you know what? Knowing Khadijah, maybe. Possibly. Oh, Stefco admitted it. Right? Real Talk with Yanni pretty much admitted it. That's what's fueling them. All this highfalutin, intellectual 4 and 5 syllable words, verbose, polysyllabic stuff they're doing, it's all intellectualizing them being bitter about what boys didn't find them attractive when they were 15 and 16 and 17 and 18 years old. What young men didn't find them attractive when they were 20 and 21 and 22 and 23 years old. Yes. For all of you academics, for all of you lettered men, particularly black lettered men, I know you don't think that's what's fueling what the women are saying. No, Z, it can't be that shallow. Yes, it is. Don't worry, we'll wait another 5 years for y'all to admit it. We'll wait until Professor Odie finally says it in another 5 years. No, we will not be waiting, actually. Yes, yes. Even the talks about DV. Yes, it's really about who didn't find them attractive when they were underage teenagers. Yes, yes. Right. Oh, I have a whole thing about the virtue signaling too, Vince. Thank you. And Vincent says virtue signaling eunuchs. Right. Yes, this is about that. Yes, it is. Right. So Professor Odie, and I'm going to go through a couple of things here. Um, Professor Odie says, do we have an ear for emotionally intelligent men? No, Professor Odie, absolutely not. You are a problem. You strip women away from the power they think they have. Being emotionally intelligent is supposed to be a woman's power, a woman's strength. That's the sphere of women. If you are truly an emotionally intelligent man, then guess what? She can't so easily emotionally manipulate you. That's a problem. They only use that as an insult because they actually don't think they're going to run into emotionally intelligent men. Ask Z how he knows. Emotionally intelligent or men not being emotionally intelligent is an excuse that women attempt to use to shut men up. Benevolent patriarchy. This is pick and choose feminism and patriarchy. This is when Mr. Z says patriarchy by feminist specifications. You're hearing more and more women like Miss Jude, what was her name? Jude, whatever, from the World Economic Forum, speak about that. No, she did not use those specific words, but that is what she's advocating for. Men still being quote unquote chivalrous. Even FD spoke about that the first time I spoke to him. Men being quote unquote chivalrous, still opening doors, still feeling a certain obligation to women, still feeling a certain obligation to push women above them. Huh? Women feel obligated to men's bodies arguably more than men feel obligated to women's bodies. Women objectify men also, but it's not just about men's sexual prowess. It's about men's presence, men's strength, men's resources. This is something that the left, the black left, is going to have to grapple with and go at it with all the energy you went at the men with. Oh, but you cowards. Nope, can't do that. We got to tone police the men. Nope, can't do that. We got to walk on eggshells for the women's quote unquote feelings. Huh. Yeah. Thank you, Trell. ATM, guard dog, and sex toy. Huh. What is this truly about? This is about fine tuning men to be easily pliable for the masses of women in the black community. Let's say that again. Fine tuning black men to be easily pliable for the masses of black women. This is not about men's liberation from the patriarchy. This is about men being better patriarchs in the patriarchy. Dear Professor Odie, yes, you went right to it. Yes, you are correct about that. And it's not just a little sprinkling of women. No, this is the masses of women writ large, black women specifically. Only a handful of radical feminists actually mean what they say. Mainly The lesbian ones, the radical lesbian ones, they're the ones that are more likely, even them, they're full of crap. They're the ones that are more likely to mean when they what they say about men truly being quote unquote liberated from the patriarchy. And even them, once again, they're full of crap. But they're probably closer to this quote unquote ideal genderless world. Most women don't want this, even the same sex loving ones. They're full of crap. You know it, I know it, FD knows it, foreign man in a foreign land knows it, consciously knows it. Y'all are gonna continue to pretend like you don't though. Eddie knows it, Josh knows it, Alvin knows it, but y'all are gonna pretend like y'all don't though. T1J knows it. Cat Black, a transition man to woman, knows it too. She's gonna pretend like she don't know it also. And she definitely know it. If she grew up as a boy, yeah, she know. T Nor knows it too. That's why she looked at FD like, who's gonna tell the women that they're asking for patriarchy? And they both looked at each other like, bro, I ain't gonna do it. Nappy Head and Hobo, she know. Juicy, she know. Kim Foster, she know. You want to know why men are looking at y'all and laughing in your faces? Heterosexual men, the masses of them, are laughing in your faces because we know y'all are full of crap and we know the women are hypocrites. And y'all do too. You know. That's why the women are throwing temper tantrums. Y'all better grapple with what y'all saw in Kevin Samuel's show night after night after night after night after night. College educated women. Who wants to be with average anyway? Uh-oh. We don't need men. Let me translate that in womanese for you. We don't need men, so I want a man that can provide me opulence. Because he's no longer a necessity and he's a luxury, I want the best luxury. Don't y'all get it? Meanwhile, they actually still really do need men, though. They're not nearly as stable as they pretend to be. Check and mate. I told you, men's indifference will crush women. Watch this. Huh? Women getting touched up on trains, men sitting around doing nothing, watching it, filming it. Guess what? Indifference. Or fear the system throwing him in prison. Women find themselves in awkward positions, falling into open manholes, harming themselves, hurting themselves, whether on purpose or on accident, and men not doing anything. Welcome to the indifference once again. Or men being afraid that somehow the system's going to come after him. Right? Absolutely. Continuing. No, women do not want a genderless society. No. Professor Odie, no, they do not want a genderless society. They are full of crap. They want you to play your role. They just want you to shut up about it. They don't want you to understand the power of your role as a man, as a straight man, as a heterosexual man. They don't want you to understand that this is a delicate dance. They want to over index on their participation in this dance. That way they can shame you into performing your role without any reprisal. That is the game that women are playing, heterosexual women in particular. Yes, that includes your heterosexual feminists. Like I said, they are full of crap. This I know, this you know. Thank you for admitting it. Don't worry, you can delete it, or you can. I already downloaded it. What men are saying to women Sometimes, and I'll admit it, in a very crass, hard, rude way, is you want egalitarianism? Fine. Eat all of it. Like I said to FD Signifier. And when I said that to him, he's like, no, women they're okay with that. No, they're not. And you know it. That's why you said it the way you did. Men not feeling obligated to women. No, you cannot make us do community without the parts that we want. Uh-oh. Men not feeling obligated to women. If we're going to go all the way into egalitarianism, then we're going to go all the way into egalitarianism. Z, you just said the same thing twice. I know. If we're going to go all the way into egalitarianism, then we're going to go all the way. Y'all want genderless society? Are you sure about that? The women know they don't want genderless society. They know they don't want that. Egalitarianism sounds nice until you show women what it really looks like on their end. I said this to FD Signifier. He doubted me. But here's the thing. FD didn't really doubt me. He spoke as if he did. He doesn't truly doubt me. Right? And from Africa I came says, don't admit you downloaded it, Z. They gonna come get you. No, not especially not if I play it or if they could try to flag me on something. I'm not gonna use it. I'm not gonna use it. I just have it once again archived for the future for when these people tell us, oh, we didn't know. Yeah, you didn't know. Right? Like I said to FD, the second conversation we had, I doubt that you can ever truly socialize women to not want what they want. The most you can do is have women virtue signal as if they are not, as if they are far more open, excuse me, to men not playing a very specific and narrow role. Let's say that again. The most you can do is get women to virtue signal as if they do not want what they actually want. Wait, is that what do y'all hear that? Is that Dr. Jennifer Lundquist speaking right now? Wait a minute, is that Dr. Chantel Buggs, the authors of The Dating Divide, speaking about women saying they want one thing and then actually finding something else attractive? Uh-oh. Wait, are those two PhDs? Uh-oh. Wait. Are those two PhDs in sociology? Yikes. And one of them has a PhD in sociology and demography? Oops. I am no scholar. I am not a lettered man. A lettered man. I state the very obvious and let the facts catch up. I state the obvious, have y'all argument with me on it, and then slowly admit it to yourselves, and then try to shush me about it. Unfortunately for you, Mr. Z is a loudmouth, and it doesn't work that easily. Right? Unfortunately. Why does this matter? Because your society is going to hell in a handbasket because you won't admit what this is. What is this, Z? A class takeover. Elite white men using women as a buffer class. Don't worry, that one I'll wait for y'all to admit that to yourselves in the next 2 decades. If we're still here, that is. Oops. Right? This is elite men using women as the buffer class. Elite white men. Huh? Working them to the bone while trying to socialize them. Hey, you don't really need men, right? Oh yeah, let me get that money out of you for that bag though. You don't really need men. Oh yeah, let me get that money out of you for that oil change that a man would have maybe did for you, if not for free, for pennies on the dollar, or maybe even for some vagina. You don't really need a man, right? Oh yeah, here's a gun, here's a flashlight. You don't really need a man, right? Here's some mace, huh? Yeah, that's it. No, Professor Odie, to your question, no, women are not prepared to give up the things they get from patriarchy. Absolutely not. Right? Absolutely not. Lion says, panel, I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about it. I got a little bit of time. I have a little bit of time. Right? Absolutely not. Nope. Women are not attempting to give up what they get from patriarchy. Is this a real question? Professor Odie, absolutely not. And you know it. It was a rhetorical question, wasn't it? Absolutely not women giving up what they get from patriarchy. No, they complain about it all the time. What happened to quote unquote good men? Right? Isn't that the thing? What happened to good men? What happened to all the real men? You're not a real man? No, women don't want to give up on men paying for first dates and second and third and forever. No, most women don't want to give up on men opening doors. Most women don't want to give up on men helping them with their groceries in the car. Most women don't want men to stop helping them get the thing off the shelf on top. Shout out to all the 6'2" and 6'3" brothers, Lion. Yes, most women still want that. And when we say most, we don't mean 51% most, we mean like 90% most, 95, 99. Right? No, they do not want to give up on what they get from patriarchy. Men going downstairs to see what goes bump in the night, no, women don't want to give that up. Men walking on the outside of the sidewalk, no, women don't want to give that up. Men fighting other men and other women in women's honor, no, women don't want to give that up. Right? No. See, what y'all let are a bunch of thrown off, bitter. Ugh, we're not gonna talk about their attractiveness. Let's leave that one. Too easy. Y'all let a bunch of little bitter, thrown off, well spoken, and intelligent women speak for most, if not all women. When you put women's back to the wall and tell them what egalitarianism will probably really look like, when you put their back to the wall and you tell them what a lifetime of single for the most part will look like, what poly relationships would probably really look like, what this quote unquote tribe will probably really look like. Let's see how many of them are actually okay with it. My bad, y'all had to pause real quick, right? So, no, women are not trying to give up the things they get from patriarchy. Absolutely not, right? Professor Odie goes on to speak about women wanting men to be better men inside patriarchy. Duh. And I don't mean that to insult you, Professor Odie. You're the academic. But this is super obvious. Like painfully obvious, right? like painfully obvious, right? This is what it is. This is what it always has been. This is what black women in particular have been complaining about, that you guys and ladies have been ignoring or pretending like you did not hear it, Professor Odie, right? Women wanting men to be better men inside patriarchy. So the divestors are the loudest about it. The swirlers are pretty loud about it also. And you just your rank and file average black woman, that's what the complaint is really about. I sent it to FD. He thought I was being hyperbolic. Why didn't you, and I gotta use the words, I gotta use it the way it needs to be used. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat because this is definitely gonna be demonetized. Why didn't you black men? Why weren't you black men, particularly you black men from the west coast of Africa, from the west side of Africa? Why weren't you the ones that went around the planet, colonized, raped, pillaged, stole, killed? Yes, I'm using the full words. Yes, Mr. Z is. Oh boy, this video just got demonetized like hell. Why weren't you the ones to do what the Europeans did, right? Why isn't Nigeria Britain? Why isn't Angola Germany? Huh? Why? That is the question. That is what women are levying, black women are levying on black men. Huh? Why is it the Congo or Chad, France? Huh? I said that to FD and he's like, I don't know. Yes, yes, yes. It makes us all cringe. Yeah, I get it. See, I don't know what type of conversations y'all are having with black women and which black women you're speaking to, but that little handful of black women y'all talk to over there, they don't represent the masses. See, divested zealot said something I would argue most black women believe. Y'all had 60 years and y'all ain't do nothing yet. How often do y'all press black women for them to say or imply or suggest something like that? Exactly, Trill. Why is it Liberia, the United States? I was really thinking, yeah, well, I was gonna say Libya, but no, Liberia. You're right, Liberia, right? Huh? That's the question, and that's really when black women are levying on black men. Y'all really don't. Re- I wonder because these men pretend like they empathize with your average black woman. Do you really? Do you really understand what she even means when she says protect? Ooh, Z, you about to go there again? Yes, I am. Protect, in other words, protect her mind and sensibilities and her feelings from having to be in rooms, in spaces with influential, powerful, notable, attractive white women. White women that remind them that they are black in a on a white hegemonic planet, white dominated country. Huh? Y'all speak like y'all get it, do you? Divested Zealot said y'all had 60 years. It was either her or one of her panelists. Y'all had 60 years. What did y'all do? Paris Milan said to me, I'm a black woman. You should be ahead of me. Uh-oh. And when she said you, she meant black men. Huh. In other words, black men have no excuses. Reasons are excuses. Black men have no excuses that they can hide under to explain why they have such a disproportionate prison rate or incarceration rate, better yet, or why the system is targeting them specifically. Yes, you heard right. That is black women using anti-black, white, racist, white supremacist talking points against black men. Yes, you heard that right. Yes, Professor Odie, you heard that correct. Yes, it's real. That video that I'm speaking on is probably archived somewhere on Paris Milan, excuse me, on her Patreon somewhere. It's the episode that she did on Asia Maynard about 2.5, maybe 3 years ago. And y'all give Z 1 second, talk amongst yourselves. And we're back, right? Men do have to serve and perform for others. That's how women consider men, right? That is what women are demanding. Yes, your masculinity does not count if you're not serving and performing for others, right? Absolutely. You know, Professor Odie knows this. FD Signifier knows this. All of the people I mentioned earlier, they know it, particularly the men. Any doubt that FD had about our society, quote unquote, moving in a positive direction when it comes to gender and gender performance and a quote unquote genderless society in a more egalitarian world, he saw that shredded with the Jonathan Owens, Simone Biles Owens situation, where women were getting at him on his own Twitter feed. Black women were getting at him, disagreeing with him about Jonathan Owens and Simone Biles Owens and their relationship dynamic. Black women were disagreeing with him in his own Twitter feed. Why were they disagreeing with you, FD Signifier? Because you severely underestimate, or at least you pretend like you do, what black women are actually saying. Black women want to live out upper middle class white women's tropes. The man brings them to an expensive restaurant. He gets on a bended knee. He presents a ring with sufficient enough carriage, or whatever the hell you pronounce it, however you pronounce it. He makes a spectacle of the situation. He brags like he can't breathe if it wasn't for his wife. His wife is his world. His fiance is everything. He does the Will Smith, look what I present to you, to his wife, in front of everyone. He worships the ground his wife walks on. Although we know this is not real, guess what? That is what black women, the masses of them, especially the black women that occupy much of the spaces y'all occupy. Yes, even the hotep ones. Yes, the pro black ones. Yes, the ones that pretend like they don't want it. That's what they really want. Yes, the boss girl feminists. Yes, all of them who are not same sex loving, vagina eating women. They want to see black men perform like upper middle class and rich white men. What they're actually saying, Professor Odie, is either you will be and will perform like a white man, upper middle class and above white man, or give up on masculinity completely and pay fealty to black women. FD, I know what I said, what I said. I know what I said when I said to you, black boys are treated like they are defective white boys and defective black girls. I know what I said when I said it. Either you will perform like white men or you will kiss black women's ass. Choose one. If you cannot perform like a white man, and when I say white man, once again, the trope of the middle class trending upwards, upper middle class and above white men, and their quote unquote fealty and their quote unquote masculinity and performance of that masculinity. If you cannot perform like that, then give up on manhood and masculinity completely and kiss black women's ass. Now you can be LGBTQ. Now you can be pan whatever the hell. Now you can be queer. Now you can be bi. Now you can be do all of that. Now you can be black women's you know same sex loving male friend. We'll say. I don't know why that's so difficult for y'all to comprehend, or you do comprehend it and you're just pretending like you don't. Huh? Yeah. And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat, and no placeholder says black men once conquered this world. Nothing lasts forever. And thank you for the super chat, no placeholder. Thank you for the super chat. And you're right. And you're right. Huh? And so when black women blame black men for everything, insult black men, belittle black men, this is what it's about. You're leaving us out here to live on a white hegemonic planet. This is really what it's about. I can't take that white women are white women. I can't take it. I want to rip my hair out. I want to stab myself in the throat. I want to delete you as a black man because you got me out here living amongst white women, being white women, right? I have to live on a planet where white women get to be women and I am the help. You wonder why divestors speak the way they do, why swirlers speak the way they do, why your average black woman speaks the way she does, why she moves the way she does. She's angry that she's not a white woman politically and socially. I didn't even bring up the money yet. Once again, she is angry that it was not black men that had sailed out of West Africa, out of the Atlantic, and conquered Europe, conquered Asia, conquered North and South America, conquered Australia, all of the Middle East, right? The Polynesian islands, all of that. You think it's not that serious? Yes, it is, Professor Odie. Are y'all having real conversations with black women? right? Even the women on your side of the political spectrum, all of them have slipped up and admitted what this really is. Khadijah has, Kim Foster has, right? Huh. And once again, thank you for the super chat. No placeholder. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for the super sticker. Right? Yes, Professor Odie, women do want men to split themselves between the work of patriarchy and the work of progressive masculinity. Progressive masculinity is just that soft shit, right? That's the benevolent masculinity. Yes, they want men to split themselves. That's why I call it patriarchy by feminist specifications. I purposely use those words. Y'all could call it benevolent patriarchy all you want, right? You could call it excuse me, progressive masculinity all you want. No, no euphemisms. Let women sit with the weight of the hypocrisy that they're asking men to perform. Patriarchy by feminist specifications. Exactly. All the neo patriarchy yawn. And thank you, Tro. Right? Patriarchy by feminist specifications. That's what this really is. Translation, they don't actually want to get rid of the role that men are quote unquote supposed to play. Right? And St. Cyr says, Z, I got some ish to send you. Um, these Johns are out here lying and still misinterpreting data online, trying to be superior to black men. Send it. Right? Yes, women, Professor Odie. Women are weaponizing the patriarchy against men. Yes. It's not a peppering of women, it's almost all women that are weaponizing the patriarchy against men. Yes, there are weaponizing concepts from the patriarchy against men. Yes. Right? This should go without saying. Absolutely, yes. Right? Women do see men's advancement. Women do see that if and Professor Odie goes here, which is essentially, you know, women see it as if men's advancement and quote unquote liberation from the patriarchy means that they're not directly assisting women, then what's the point? Professor Odie gets to a place where he says, then men won't do this for women and whatever. And he says, well, why does it have to be about you? Nigga, what? What you think this is about? Oh, wait. Wait. Professor Odie, you think the women want men to quote unquote advance and it's not beneficial for women? Wait, you think they actually care about quote unquote the liberation of men from playing patriarchal roles in a vacuum? Wait, you think they really care? Wait a minute, y'all. Alexa, play the meme of Charlie Murphy laughing with the Jerry curl, please. Wait a minute. They think Wait a minute, Professor Odie. You think women care about men's liberation from playing a patriarchal role, a very narrowly defined role of masculinity? You think they care about that if it's not going to advance women? Are you serious? You think this is really about black boys and black men and not about black women? You don't see this as the class exercise it is. You don't see this as this really is black women throwing a temper tantrum that they're not white women politically and socially. Y'all better grapple with this. To hell with black women's feelings. If you really care about the black community, and that's questionable, then you better grapple with this. This is really about black women wanting to be white women politically and socially, obviously economically, but I don't think I need to say that. You have women literally saying, provide, protect, and shut up. Let me say that again. You have black women literally saying to black men, protect, provide, and shut up. Or sorry, I said it the wrong way. Provide, protect, and shut up. Right? Give me 1 second, yo. 1 second. Right? You have black women literally saying, if I earn more than you, I will mistreat you. These are real black women. Their faces are not covered. They're not hidden. You can see them. They are real. And if you ask the producer of the interview, I'm pretty sure you can find who they are and where they are. If I earn more than you, I will mistreat you. A black woman literally said that verbatim. You have black women like Keita Rose saying that when black men are in certain positions financially and the woman is the one providing the finances or whatever, yes, black men, you are the B in the situation. Keita Rose literally said it. Yes, that's a real black woman, right? Professor Odie over here talking about ace metaphor. Did you see that clip, sir? Black women are out here showing their ass and wilding and tell you exactly what it is. And foreign man in the foreign land is acting like he don't see it. Professor Odie is now admitting that he kind of see it. T1J acting like he don't see it. FD Signifier is acting like he don't see it. Alvin, Josh, and Eddie are acting like they don't see it. And let me go right to what it is. Whatever y'all are attempting to do, which is strip men, black men, of being able to even perform patriarchy. And then what? Women will just adjust? The hell they will. Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. The hell they will. Women are telling you already, yeah, if we can't have men this way, then we would rather be single forever indefinitely. And what does that mean for your population and taxes and community uplift and societal obligations? Uh-oh. Have fun once again trying to socialize men to do for women and kids that they are not attached to. Y'all trying and we giving you the middle finger. Absolutely not. This is something you're going to really have to grapple with, right? This is something y'all are really, really going to have to grapple with. Oh, I got to read this one now. This is good. And Jay Stone says, and thank you for the super chat. If I was in front of the professor, I'd ask him if he thought black women want a black community. Ooh. I would argue he would say yes. He would say yes. And that belongs on a sliding scale, J Stone. Because I would argue yes and no. Black women want a safe space to land. Shout out to Ebony K. Williams. They do want a black community. They just want it to be a mirror image of the white society. And if not that, then to hell with it. So we have to define what they mean by community. Because what I see on the outside looking in, when black women say community, what they really mean is a repair shop. In case of emergency, break glass. Right? Huh. That's what it looks like. A repair shop, in case of emergency, break glass, clean up men. Y'all know the tropes. Right? So the answer is yes. They do want a community. What does that community look like? And who does that community consist of? That's a whole different conversation. Right? Huh. These are things that I would argue that Professor Odie does understand. It took them forever, and I'll give them this space. Somebody had to kick the door open. It was us. As we've been informed by some of our PhDs in this space, shout out to the academics, they have these conversations with their black male colleagues, with their other male colleagues in general, but specifically their black male colleagues. And their black male colleagues agree and are too cowardly to say it. Even if I don't want to call them a coward, their career, their family, they don't want to lose their livelihood. I understand. I get it. I get it. Right? What are we supposed to expect Dr. Boyce Watkins to say? You know what? I did it because I wanted her. I've been drooling over her. I've been wanting her for 20, 30 years. I married a divorcee with a couple of kids because I wanted her. But I don't recommend y'all doing it because it's probably gonna go bad for you. It might even go bad for me. Wait, fix that, Z. It's probably gonna go bad for me. But I did it anyway. I was willing to take the risk. I don't suggest that for you. Do we expect Dr. Boyce Watkins to actually say that? Huh? That would be super honest and no one could say anything to it. But could Dr. Boyce Watkins live with that? What would other single mothers say? What would his own wife say? Do we expect Dr. Boyce Watkins to admit, yeah, I see y'all was making fun of me with the picture with my wife and Willie D. Yeah, we had a conversation. Yeah, it was embarrassing. Yeah, she's looking up at Willie D. Yeah, Willie D looks like a real man. Yeah, I looked weird as hell with no shoes on. We expect Dr. Boyce Watkins to admit that? Absolutely not. Z would. Z's mom used to call him somewhat when he was younger. That'd be no shame in Creole. Z would. Boy, y'all got me. Yeah, it looked weird. Yeah, me and my lady talked about it. No, her and Willie D aren't doing anything. No, I'm not afraid that she's gonna cheat on me with Willie D. No. Yeah, she was a little starstruck, yes. Dr. Boyce Watkins, nope. Doo, 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 doo. And we're supposed to get our advice from who now? Huh? Black community. Community of cleanup men. Community of, once again, community eunuchs. Shout out to Obsidian, right? Huh. And once again, Jay Stone, thank you for the cash. Mr. Z, could you get it out? Mr. Z right now. I woke up this morning saying, you know what? I got to do this. I got to do this. Right. Because I kept on pushing it back yesterday. Y'all check out Toyo's channel. We were on Toyo's channel yesterday. So y'all check that out. Link in my community tab. Right. But once again, Jay Stone, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Vince says it's giving Scarlet Witch. Look, when that and I'm tying this right to the topic. When that movie came out with Scarlet Witch, and it pretty much should have been called Scarlet Witch, right? Doctor Strange with Scarlet Witch in it. I kept on telling everyone you need to watch that movie because black women in specific, but American women, Western women, with all of this manifest talk and Orisha and African spirituality that they're messing with, and voodoo and okomi and et cetera, and all of this supernatural talk, that's what they were sounding like. Not being able to cope with reality, the struggles, post-COVID, and they're losing it. Right? And let me read this now. And KMS says, so what do I get in trade that's tangible for paying for ish, providing for ish, protecting ish, but not running ish? Still waiting on an answer that makes sense. Hey, KMS, you're going to be waiting forever. KMS, you're going to be out here gray hair. Your tape line going to disappear if you got one. If you're out here looking like Z, then it's just going to be gray beard hair. You're going to be waiting forever. Right? I would suggest you don't hold your breath on that one. Right? Let's read that one more again. So, what do I get in trade that's tangible for paying for ish, providing ish, or providing for ish, protecting ish, but not running ish? Still waiting on an answer that makes sense. See, if you were waiting on an answer, you could have got an answer. But once you put that makes sense, right? Once you qualified it with that makes sense, yeah, that was it. It's over. Shout out to Sauchi. It's over. Right? You could have got an answer. An answer that makes sense. Right? And shout out, let me actually say this. And it took me too long to do this, but shout out to Professor Odie for actually saying what we've been saying. Professor Odie, are you listening to the Black Manosphere? Uh-oh. Professor Odie, are you listening in? Are you listening to the Z? If you listen to the Z, continue to listen to Z because Z be making sense sometimes. Sometimes, not all the times. I'm not perfect. Shout out to the Raj Report. I don't need to be perfect. Right? But if you're listening to Z, if you're listening to Black Manosphere, continue to listen. You'll get some stuff from here. Because all I heard Professor Odie do here was intellectualize and reframe everything we say here in a way that will be less offensive to the women. They still ain't trying to hear you though, Professor Odie. Just letting you know. They still ain't. Yeah, I seen 14 comments in your comment section with a couple of women saying, oh, this was a great stream. Outside of that, they ain't trying to hear you. And even the women that were like, oh, this was a great stream, even them, they're like, yeah, right. I want what I want. Detro says it was over at Tangible. Hysterical. right? Huh. And I gotta check it out. And Vince says Boyce Watkins actually seemed a bit more manly talking to Willie D in his recent interview. I'll check it out. I'll check it out. And once again, KMS, thank you for the super chat. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Right? But yeah, so shout out to Professor Odie. Thank you for actually admitting it. I don't know if this is an admission that y'all really don't have a choice, right? Because FD kept on speaking like, y'all could continue to ignore us, can you? Like we don't have an impact. Are you sure about that? Huh? Thank you, Jay Stone. Tone policing doesn't render results, Professor. Right? Huh. Exactly. And Lion says, this was a great stream. ... I ain't doing that shit though. Exactly. And that's what the women are on. It was a good stream. He pretty everything we talk about here. Raj, if you haven't checked it out, check out the link in my description box. Every single thing we talk about over here in the Black Manosphere, particularly the hypocrisy, right? He just intellectualized it and made it palatable for women's palates, right? Well, it line you up. What's going on, bro?
Hey, good morning, Z. How you doing, dog?
What's up with you?
I can't call it, man. But I just keep saying it like you said before. Like, what's it? Because you've done a screen before saying what's it going to cost. That's a good question. Because I'm absolutely fine with this mercenary dating scene or mercenary, like, you know, we're pretty much mercenaries now. I'm fine with it. I'm absolutely fine.
That shit is a dystopian hell. I agree with you. I can manage it, but hell no.
Is it ideal? No, but I mean,
absolutely not. Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah.
We passed ideal a long time ago, so it is what it is.
I agree.
We passed ideal a long time ago. But what I'm saying is, I mean, this is the reality you wanted, ladies. Women in New York getting punched in the face, which I still can't freaking believe. But you know why that guy's comfortable with punching women in the face? Because he knows men are tired and not going to do anything.
Yep.
In a
okay, there go. No, Better You was trying to get on and he wasn't connecting for a minute. Okay, you're up too, Better You, but continue live.
Yeah, but I'm like, this is the reality. Not that I'm fine with it. Honestly, when I first heard about that story, I couldn't believe it. I'm like, no. Nobody. He's not doing that. It turns out, but the funny thing about that is that also proves what we've been saying, that even the men who do the most heinous things are repeat offenders. And this dude in question is a repeat offender. He's got a jacket. So
I know that.
What happened?
So let me go to that. Let me go to that. See, you did initially. Guess what? Because we care about women. We actually care. Am I? Can you guys hear me better now?
Okay, we got you.
Maybe now. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm saying, you see how you said you acted initially? That's because you actually care about women and Black women. And it's insane to me that these people speak as if we just want to step on Black women and stand on them. No. As a matter of fact, I would argue we're doing better than y'all are, because y'all are letting them walk off the edge of the cliff into a sea of antidepressant pills and acting like you don't know why they're on it. Whereas we're far more, I think we're far more in tune with the environment and in tune with actually telling people what this really is. And we don't have a vested interest in lying to women, in lying to our society overall, actually.
Because we already see what it's cost lying to women. Because look where we are.
Facts.
This is the cost of lying to women.
And the only people that benefit from this are a handful of white capitalists. Really. The government doesn't even benefit because the government doesn't even get the kids and the future taxpayers.
Yeah. But at the same time, I just thought about it. And you know how we say about Kevin, and we like Kevin was actually nice to y'all. He's actually really nice to y'all, and y'all couldn't handle that. So now, if we were to have this conversation, we can't be nice about it. There's no way we can be nice about it.
No,
because we're already here. It's already like mission critical. I mean, it's gonna stay. It's gonna stay there. It's gonna be a screen.
That's that military term right there. Mission critical. Yeah. Yep.
Sorry, mission critical.
Yep.
Yeah, but it is. But at this point, it is what it is, and I like BGS is right. It's going to be up to women to correct it.
I think on the fringes you'll get that, but I said it when I said what I meant. Until these women start shouting down Bowser. Now notice I switched it. I didn't call her by her name on purpose. Until they start shouting down Bowser. Until they start shouting down Chrissy. Until they start shouting down Paris Milan. Until they start shouting down Yanni wishing it in that girl swag dissenter men bag. Until they start shouting them down and calling them out for what they're doing, and then just straight up saying you're just bitter, right? And like it's interesting because they do this once again when they're mad at each other for whatever issue. You watch it all the time until they start shouting down DZ. But that Vestazella, y'all gotta be careful because homegirl looked like she off her rocker. But yeah, until they start shouting them down, then I don't want to hear it. Don't come over here telling black men, oh yeah, we agree with you and we agree with no. Go over there and tell those women to shut the hell up and explain to all of their subscribers why.
They won't because women are terrified of other women.
Say that. That whole character assassination thing for them is the end of the world. It's the end of, oh my God, I'm gonna get kicked out the circle. Oh, what am I gonna do?
Yeah, that fear of being ostracized. Like that's
ostracized. Yep.
That's between men and women. Men don't want to be exiled, but we don't fear exile. Women are terrified of exile.
Yeah.
The thing of it is, at least from some of the women I've spoken to, like in film and works in certain colleges. They see a lot of this bullshit. They agree a lot more with us than they would some of those social narratives. The big thing that muzzles them is this kind of, and Dr. T has talked about this, in the same way that a lot of the academics get targeted and marginalized and whatnot. It's kind of the same process with them. Because it's like, hey, all right, if you rock too much, your career, like, you done. So those who agree with this are facing a lot of the same things in terms of that cutoff.
Yeah.
And especially like in film. Like my homegirl, she straight up told me, like, yo, if you include certain things in your script, you will get funding from X organizations.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yeah. Like why there's so many LGBTQ characters in a lot of productions and whatnot nowadays. They're trying to integrate them because there's certain groups that will actually contribute money to have a positive portrayal of that type of character.
That's crazy because they only, on paper at least, constitute what, 3-4% of the U.S. population. That's insane. Wow.
That's if you include everything.
Exactly. That's if you include all of the LGBTQIA, et cetera, right? But if you just focus on like the T part, that doesn't break 1%. If you focus on any like specific group outside of the larger alphabets, yeah, most of that don't even break 0.5%. Oh, like that. So it's insane that they're paying to have representation. Meanwhile, you could watch a movie, you could watch TV shows, and ain't no Asians, and Asians constitute like 7% of the U.S. population, give or take, so like that's 7-8%. But you can barely watch anything without, a certain proclivity being portrayed. Wow. Yeah.
So like
That's
it's
crazy.
one of those things where like and that's really how that's being muzzled. It's the money. Like, you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Even if it's not you getting ousted from a position, your research might not get that money anymore. Or you might not, your class and that budget that you teach at university, you don't got that budget no more. So that's really how I guess from a high level, how they're fighting back against it. And like the people on the ground, like the FDs
Yeah.
and Eddies, what they're trying to do is socialize and trying to provide an alternative. But the thing of it is, like, you can tell somebody it's a sunny day, but if it's a hurricane outside, like, the motherfucker will get blown away. Like, you can't tell people that their reality ain't their reality, but for so much, you know.
Well, that's what they've been doing to us, right? For decades, for centuries, for decades,
I
right?
mean, but
It's interesting. These people made fun of Kellyanne Conway with her alternative facts statement, and yet they're engaging in what now? When they shoehorn in, insert in a bigger long character in the Harriet movie. What are you actually engaging in if you're not engaging in alternative facts? You could call it a dramatization all you want. It's alternative facts, though.
it is historical interpretation.
That's even more frightening. If your historical interpretation of real ass events that are documented is that we have a random Negro that was paid by a white man to chase down a black woman that should be a slave, supposedly, and he's more interested in using that money to spend on white prostitutes, and he says it to the white man. Remember, we're talking about like 1850s, y'all. This is impossible. This would never happen. A black man says to, excuse me, a black quote unquote free man, whatever the hell that means during slavery in the South, a black quote unquote free man says to a white man, I'm going to use whatever money you give me to go have sex with white prostitutes. Yeah, that's it. Oh, yeah. And then the white man kills the black man in defense of the black woman at the end of the movie. What? What?
Hold on, what?
Okay, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it.
I've never watched Harriet because I knew it was some bullshit. But hold on, that's how it ends.
Bruh. Okay, essentially, Harriet Tubman's slaver hires people to chase her down and catch her. He would rather them catch her alive, but to catch her, and it has like this borderline, like he's low key in love with her vibe. Like, but because they got to romanticize. Once again, we're talking about like weirdo. Some of our LGBTQ brothers and sisters, weirdo, divester swoller theme. Because right now, the most important thing a black woman can ever do with her life is get in bed with a white man. So it has like this, like the background noise or the backdrop is some weirdo. Like he kind of is in love with her. So he sends these men out to go catch her. And at the end, pretty much the dude is frustrated. He's trying to shoot her. And the white slaver ends up shooting him to save her. And then he tries to ask her to come back. But you could see the vibe of like, I want you. I don't want to just quote unquote oppress you and enslave you. I kind of low key want you in that romantic sense. And she pretty much like, no, I gotta go type stuff. Yes, better you're hearing right. Yes. I almost called you by your real name. Yes, better you're hearing right. Yes. Nigga. To prove the point. Yes, nigga. Go ahead.
Of course they romanticize a time and period like that because it's digestible.
Yeah. That you imagine the world where what's easily digestible is that the white slaver is not some raven, anti-black, racist, black woman sexist a-hole. That because remember in real life, one of her slavers hit her so hard with cowbell or something like that, and made her almost paralyzed. Yeah, like it really messed her up mentally, right? So like in real life. But in the movie, this slaver wants to bring her back home on some romantic shit. Really?
Damn, you trying to Disney-fy an actual historic time period? Ain't that a bitch?
Yeah. A horrendous time period. And Detroit, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat. Right? Wow. Wow. You try to. That's exactly what they try to do, Lion. Insane. And yes, better you heard right. You heard right.
That's fucking disgusting. That's actually disgusting.
Mr. Shafi said these Cheerios try to romanticize slavery. Yeah. Yep.
Well, it's surprising, but I guess it's not that surprising. Like Shay Sade did a story a while back about this very same thing, where there was these black women who were modeling, and they were modeling like antebellum slave times, but it was.
Wait a minute, antebellum chic. That's what we doing now.
Yeah, it was like it was black women basically being bed wenches for white guys. So like every single photo was, they were dressed in rags, white guys dressed up in these Sunday suits, but it was that dynamic at play with it. Like there's like this forbidden romance or some shit, and it's like you know that's not how that went, right?
Bruh. But once again, I mean, I guess what this is them trying to quote unquote reclaim this history. But here's the thing, and being a Florida native, you can't have an issue with DeSantis and Greg Abbott in Texas when you're attempting to do the same thing from the opposite end. We both get to a romanticization of what arguably definitely one of, if not the most heinous act in U.S. history. So whether you're attempting to quote unquote reclaim, like you over here, Maxine Waters reclaiming time, whether you're attempting to reclaim this in a way to quote unquote empower the descendants of slaves, or you're like DeSantis and you're attempting to rewrite the history in order to sanitize it and make it seem like it wasn't as bad as it actually is. Either way, you get to bastardizing the history for the advancement of a narrative that is not. Slavery wasn't that bad, because even if you're coming from the left and you're attempting to reclaim it and find a way to empower the descendants of slaves with this, you are still doing a disservice to the history, because it was dark, it was ugly. Period. I don't know what these people got going on. This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. Thank you. And Ishmael says you cannot reclaim SA and reframe it. That's what it looked like. That's what it looked like they attempted to do.
Nah, right? You gonna let them put some Disney in that shit,
right?
You gonna let them put let them go ahead and put their fantasy on it. Go ahead.
You gonna mess around and Disney really gonna write a script? They wouldn't do it now, but you better believe that I could have definitely seen sometime in the 1970s Disney writing up a script where they romanticize slavery and some white hero saves a black slave woman from abusive black male slave.
You know they're already they're already kind of doing that low key, because you see they're about to do a remake of The Wizard of Oz, where the Wicked Witch of the West is sort of quote unquote innocent, quote unquote.
Oh boy.
Yeah, the way the trailer, like the whole, looking at the trailer, the whole vibe it gave is just, I just no.
Telescope said it's like Bridgertonizing Auschwitz, bruh. And the small hats would never let you do that. The small hats would never, ever, ever let you rewrite their history in a way to romanticize their oppression. They would never let you write a story of some German soldier who is in love with a small hat woman, and he's over here beating up on small hat men in her honor, right? They would never let you do that. Would there be like some little sexual tension maybe between a SS soldier and a small hat woman? Would they let that slide? Possibly. But once they get a whiff of attempting to sanitize the atrocities of that era, they wouldn't let it slide. But we, on the other hand, oh boy, right? And I would argue that yes, there are unsavory characters, white people attempting to do this, but it's with the agreement, whether tacit or not, of weirdo ass black people in Hollywood, right? That yeah. That shit's fucking crazy. But Vince, what's going on, bro? You what's up with you?
I am out doing grass, out trying to get this money. I'm out.
Yo, you touching grass?
Yeah, man.
I hear better you driving it also, so I guess better you touching grass too. I guess we all touching grass. I touched grass yesterday.
Yeah, I touched grass. Yeah, I touched grass the other night.
Can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you, Vince. We can hear
you. Yeah, I'm out. I'm out trying to get some money. You know, listening to there, man. I like the idea of being wrong, being right long term. Like, you know, taking all the bullshit of saying whatever you're saying in that moment.
The spears and arrows.
Being right.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got. Sometimes you gotta down that hill. And I like the fact I feel in this part of the internet, because I'm in school right now, y'all. I'm in school for counseling psychology, so I'm hearing a lot of things and I say a lot of things. I'm also, not gonna lie, I'm a former hotep, but I'm another physician as well. So when I hear things, y'all saying certain things, stuff like that, I hear people like, you ever heard of Feel Valentine and Bobby Hemmett? When they talk about all this stuff, and that's why I even came up with the concept where he was talking about Scarlet Witch, which is a lot of things. When people use cartoons and stuff, y'all, they're using it as metaphors to human behavior. It's just exaggerating and stuff like that. That's all myth and all that other stuff is. So we're talking about what we're seeing right now. We're seeing a whole bunch of Scarlet Witch behavior. In other words, what's that other concept called the reality of scorched earth?
Yes.
You know, that's what I feel like we're seeing. It's like, okay, it all boils down to like what you said. We're gonna lose, but we're not gonna lose as hard. Like we're definitely going down this road where it's like, you ever seen Nightmare on Elm Street Part 1, where like they go off to the road and it's just like dark and they're just fucked.
You know what? You know why? Here's the thing, because we can play, and women admit this. The black women admit this, and they throw a temper tantrum about it instead of playing their goddamn position. We can play the dating out, marrying out, and having mixed children better than they can, because it's not up to them whether they get chose or not by white men. I'm not talking about having sex. I'm talking about relationship. So if they want to engage in a gender war within the black community, they win harder. They lose harder, right? We lose, they lose harder, because simply we get to do the choosing. So if we stop choosing them, and white men are not choosing them for more than anything but bedroom fun in mass, same thing with Latinos, same thing with Asians. Are a couple of black women going to get chose? Yes. By these men? Yes. Are a couple of black women willing to go so far as eating vagina? Yes. But in mass, they lose hard, because first, we're not built to be long-term single. Most of us are not built that way. So there's that eating them up, right? Then secondly, they're not built to be eating vagina as a political statement. Most black women can't do it, right? Third, like I said before, they got to get chose by these non-black dudes. And there are genuinely non-black dudes that are willing to go to the mat with their family and their friends for whatever black woman they fall in love with. That's a real thing. It happens. Does it happen in any number worth a damn? No.
Well, I'm going to say
and
it
it's
out
that
loud.
simple.
And I'm going to say it out loud. Those non-black dudes, you know, the light-skinned chicks are going first, right? I'm going to say the quiet part out loud. Yes, the light-skinned chicks are going first. Oh, well, get over it.
What you said about Meghan Markle again? Go ahead.
Yep. The Meghan Markles, the Maya
The
complex.
Eves, the Eve,
They'll go light, heavy light first, then they'll go brown, and then they'll go dark skin.
Oh man.
So you just panning out the levels of tragic mulattoes.
That's pretty much what's going on.
That's what's gonna be first.
You see it.
But let's scan out a little bit more. Let's go generations. What's going to happen with them afterwards? Like when these tragic mulattoes come, what's going to happen to the landscape of our our social landscape when these tragic mulattoes come with identity crisis?
Well,
like people.
Vince, have you never heard me call it the Brazilification of the Black community? I've been calling that for years. It's the Brazilification. If you look at and it's really what Latin America was doing all through the 19th century, some of the 18th century, which is bringing in more and more poor whites from mainly Southern Europe, right? Poor whites from Europe to really be in relationship with Black women, at least sexually, to whiten up the country, to lighten up the country, right? So they were bringing in the white folks to add on to the white population, but they were also bringing in white folks so that the lesser whites could whiten up the country by being in relationship with Black women in those countries.
What the South Koreans about to do?
I mean, like that's what the South Korean men are engaging in now, right? With different Asian women from quote unquote lesser countries, less developed countries. But yeah, Mejor La Raza is a real thing. So Black women keep on messing around. This is my fear, and Attorney Dennis Sperling spoke to this about 2 years ago, give or take. I actually covered it because Shay Sade covered it and I covered it also, which is you will have these bitter ass women who are married to white men and married to Latino men, mainly white Latino men, who tell their daughters, you stay away from those Black people, you stay away from Black men and women. Then you're going to have some Black men who are married to non-Black women saying the same thing, and what you will have is lighter Black, mixed Black people who are like Nazi level colorist, staying away from the darker skinned Black people who would mainly be coming from dark skinned single Black moms. Is that the society? Is that the community that we want to have? Where it's low key a caste system, high key, low key a caste system, and the lighter, brighter, mixed Black folks are going to be staying the hell away from each other and definitely from the darker skinned Black folks, because the darker skinned Black folks represent poverty, represent broken families, represent a lack of discipline, represent all of the ills of our society. Kind of, sort of what do we have now, but more exaggerated.
Doesn't matter what you want.
I got a question. I got a comment and a question.
Go ahead.
All right. So I think that the reason why like a lot of women don't play their roles, I don't think they understand the landscape of what's going on. Like I don't think they really like they see things. I'm not going to like not to give them as much credit as intelligent they are, but I don't think they really see the type of like, you know, how we should posture ourselves and things like that. I think they think that you have to really integrate and things like that and not be someone amongst ourselves within a system or something like that. I think the lack of identity and that level of self-hate and loathing, like you said, they want to be middle-class white women. Why don't you just be yourself? That might be better. You know, it's way more value in who and where you are and where it could take you rather than trying to be like someone else who really don't have it like that and they're also jealous of you.
Black women have an existential crisis on their hands, in their minds, which is, because you said be yourself. In their mind, who am I if I'm not a woman? And understand what I mean by woman. I mean woman as defined by white women. So when you're asking me to be myself, and myself is aspirational to practice womanhood the way white women do. Now I'm not saying upper middle class white women. I'm the one who identifies and understands that's what they're really talking about, because the average white woman is Roseanne, right?
Yeah.
And if you're lucky, Peggy from Married with Children, if she's lucky. That's the average white woman. They don't really actually want that. What they really want is Real Housewives of Beverly Hills or some crap, right? Of Orange County or some crap. Sex in the City type thing too. Yes, yeah, you're definitely right about that. So that's why I identify it the right way, which is upper middle classness. But for your average white woman, excuse me, your average black woman, Freudian slip there, they want to perform this. So when you say be yourself, what is myself in this society? What do you mean by that?
I think women in general care too much about other people think. They mate based on who and how other people are doing things rather than what they want, what's good for them, because of that whole thing about them not necessarily only being social creatures or whatever, but that whole fear or threat of being ostracized because of the choices they're making. So I think black women aren't even choosing for themselves because it's like not only they don't know necessarily who they are, but they don't want to have the wrong answer. So they're fighting tooth and nail to have the right answer, even though that right answer is going to put them on the wrong side of history.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, that's the cost of them being social. But that's the cost of them being social because they can't stand to be ostracized. But at the same time, in order to be seen, they have to have what other people want. That's why they have the "Hey, look at me" attitude.
You can be seen by being yourself.
It's a gift, but they don't. But that's not the point. The point is they care to be seen by other people. They don't care if they only see themselves. What does it matter? Like, do you understand? If social media, if Instagram goes out for 24 hours, you want to see a meltdown?
I want to see how the 72 hours.
Meltdown? Let Instagram go out for 24 hours.
Let's put some.
How can I judge myself? How can I judge my rating? How can I judge myself? How can I appropriately, misappropriately, not even appropriately, inappropriately ascertain my value in this society if I don't have Instagram and I don't see how many likes I have for what picture? If I'm not getting hit up in the DMs.
Where is my
exactly.
dopamine hit?
Yeah, it is about the dopamine hit.
I need my dopamine hit. Where is it?
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
The fact that we have social media and these phones now, we're dealing with different problems and different mindset. If we're on a different trajectory, then any man can tell us who and how things will be 50 and 60 years ago. Women didn't. We didn't have these things in our hands and these things affecting us socially. So I think really rather a cusp where we need a new answer because I don't think what's going on, what work is going to work for the issue that we have now that we kind of really don't have a real solution for other than what you said. Like we just gotta like rock it out.
I mean,
let me say this real quick.
You're in your solution.
Let me say this real quick. Thank you, Line, for the Cash App, and thank you for the super chat. A Split Jim, and the Split Jim says, "Good morning, Z." He had to use bell hooks to qualify what he was saying. Yeah, because that's his way of hooking feminist black women, right? Because he knows they're hypocrites. Let me say this, and Leon could attest to this. When you're in these spaces with black people, black academics, knowledgeable black young people, they spit out quotes to one up each other. And this is when you're around intellectuals in general. They, especially on the right does it too. I've been in right spaces and they do that crap too. They spit out quotes, they refer to books, obscure things, but they use it not only to show that they know the language, they use it to one up each other. And they use it to like, hey, I'm in the club. I know I've read the appropriate materials. I know the quotes. I know the names. I know the events. Okay, cool. But also, it's to say, don't dismiss me. So when he's using bell hooks, he's actually hitting these women upside the head with. If bell hooks can admit that she was being a hypocrite, can you also admit that you are? If Queen Mother Bell Hooks is saying, damn, even I was like, this nigga's emotionally intelligent and I don't really know how to deal with it, right? If Bell Hooks can admit that, can you admit it? And so that's what Professor Odie was engaging in. He's pretty much saying, are you better than Bell Hooks? Right? And I get what he's doing there, but yeah, these women want what they want. I see what he's doing. It's really good, but yeah, these women want what they want.
I'm fine with them wanting what they want. But just know it's gonna cost you, baby.
I would argue.
Go ahead, Betty. No, go ahead.
I would argue that a lot of black women don't really understand the landscape of the society, and that's where a lot of that identity crisis comes from. Because even to the marrying out point, you have to kind of ask yourself, like, well, why is it that they're getting some of the results that they're getting? And it's because of the fact that what's important to them is not important to those men. And those men already have access to what's important to them. Why would I marry Why would I be incentivized to marry or anything
What's
like
the
that? Where
incentive?
you don't have the social status, you don't have the social standing. I can get sexual access to you anytime that I want. Not only that, I can come pipe, and guess what? I can tell you leave, and you will come again when I say shoot that text. So why would I? And that's
because it's the right thing to do. Because that's what you do with white women.
I'm past the
okay. Hey, look, hey, they stole this country fair and square.
Right? Good point.
I'm past the they don't know. I'm way past the they don't know. They know, they just don't care. I'm past the they don't know. They're playing dumb. No, they know. They just don't care.
Well, they don't care, and I would say it's hope. It's the lottery ticket dream of quote unquote finding salvation. Recall when Ebony K. Williams, L'Oreal, what's her name, Elle Varner, and Melissa Ford were speaking. What did they say? They were talking about being saved. I want to be very clear. Think about the language they're using. They're using the language of liberation from the struggles of life by ending up with a rich white man. What did L'Oreal say? My homegirls, my friends are telling me Italian men love black women. And what the Ebony went right to, I got to give that to her. These men aren't going to save you. Like Ebony said the word save because she appropriately identified what this really is. It's black women looking to not have to deal with the weight of being black women in this racist society. And if you want to call sexism white men towards you in this society by being under a white man. So all of y'all think y'all going to be Serena?
No,
it ain't going to work like that. And that's what it really is. It is a mixture of the Sierra prayer and the Serena dream where you find your salvation from white racist people calling you a monkey and saying you're built like a man by ending up with a white man. What?
Italian men like their women,
slim
and skinny. No, y'all are too fat.
I'm gonna give you a quote that came from the great movie Highlander. Hope for suckers.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hope is for suckers.
But we know that. But these people, when I had the conversation, I remember her name now. Her name, I think, was Southern Belle. And this was maybe 2.5, maybe 3 years ago. This is like early on on Shay Sade's channel. And she brought on this swirler. She was in a hardcore divester. This is distinction without differences here. And I think she was married to a white man. And when I was speaking to her, and y'all know how Z is, I'm breaking down the numbers, the likeliness of this working for other women, et cetera, et cetera. And she verbatim said something along the line like, yeah, but I don't want to kill these women's hope. What about hope? And like, that's what it is. It's like, let me get this right. You live in the South around a bunch of racist white folks. And because you're with this one white man, you're using this as a quote unquote hope. And it's the same thing. Who has it on their channel where the woman is saying, you want to know why all these black men or all these men have an issue with Russell Wilson? It's because he gives us hope. And like, think about that hope. Like, they want the delusion. He gives us hope that we can wreck our lives, get pregnant from the dude that already had 3 or 4 kids from 3 or 4 different women, and then we'll still end up, because of whatever, because this man just can't get enough of us, we'll still end up being quote unquote saved from whatever type of man. So it really is the hope thing. It really is hope.
All the bullshit that they do, and they're happy that they have relief.
Wait. It's not the bullshit that it's not them overlooking the bullshit they do. It's you overlooking the bullshit that they've done and are still doing, for you to quote unquote save them from themselves, not even from another man or from them. Save them from themselves.
Well, let me insert that word. They hope you don't see the bullshit.
Yes. Yeah.
There's another part.
Yeah.
I hope you don't see the bullshit, and I hope you're dumb enough to take the bait.
Yes. Or that. So Line is saying it the right way, but it really is. I hope that you're loving enough. I'm going to use their words in their terms. Loving enough, open enough. I hope that you're understanding enough. You're mature enough. You're a man enough to understand that people grow up and mature, and that you understand that I also am a human being who am allowed to have experiences and to make mistakes. Y'all hear what Roger says? Like, men shouldn't be required to be perfect. Black men shouldn't be required to be perfect. The women are literally trying to say that the other way around. Right? I shouldn't have to be perfect to be loved.
So they want us to
have
have the type of forgiveness. They want us to have the type of forgiveness of white Jesus while we're watching them do the bullshit they do and overlook all that shit.
Not only watching them do the bullshit that they do, they want to be able to do it to you still.
The only reason they don't, because
the main thing is.
Go ahead, y'all. Go ahead. Don't talk over it. Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's go. Let's go. Better you. I wanted to say Dre earlier. Better you. Lion, and then Vincent. Go ahead.
Yeah, so this is where, as an environment and as a collective, we have to respond, because this is a thing that I think gets lost on a lot of these conversations. That there's two-way pressure in terms of selection. Like, with all of that you just said, Z, my response would just simply be this: take that cake to the. Don't save her.
You're breaking up better. You gotta say it again. You gotta say it again. You were in the dead zone for a second. Say it again. You gotta. I heard take that cape. I already know where you go, but you gotta say it again. You gotta say it in your own words.
That cake to the dry cleaners. Give it to whoever. You don't need it no more. Don't save her. She don't want to be saved.
Shout out to Project Pack.
Like, real talk. There's certain things like you have to draw a red line on, and I feel like as a collective, as a people in general, I feel we're way too forgiving. Like, there's certain things that we should not allow certain folks to come back from. You shouldn't be able to go and be a Nazi for 7-8 years and come back and end up with a fine, respectful.
Hey, bro, man. Don't be talking about Candace Owens like that, Playboy. Don't be talking about Candace Owens like that.
She about to go Latino.
Oh man, hey, this was crazy. Hey, and I do like that. Hey, go burn the cape or go bring it to the dry cleaners and tell them to keep it. You don't need it no more. Wash it and give it to some homeless person or something, because you don't need the cape. No, I agree with this. I agree. What you got? Lion?
Yeah, because they won't. I mean, they won't respect you for it anyway. That's the
No, I agree. Hell
That's the other thing they won't. Let's just. I mean, can we just say the quiet part out loud? No, we don't want to save. We really don't want to save you either, though. That's the sad part. We really don't. But unfortunately, there's going to be men who are going to do it anyway, because
out of a sense of obligation or a one-off chance that they might get the vagina.
Yeah. Because Simpson 304s are not going anywhere. That's just another harsh truth.
It's part of the Bible. Yeah. The poor will always be with you. The Simpson will always be with you.
Somebody, because at the end of the day, is there hope misplaced? Because at the end of the day, is there hope misplaced? No, because someone has to be dumb enough to do it.
Yeah. I agree.
Now the question is, will it be the guy they actually desire? That actually is that has money like Russell Wilson and the looks and everything? Maybe not. I don't know. But at the end of the day, the hopium is, I can understand why they have the hopium, because those men exist.
Yes.
Unfortunately, they exist. So that's why that's why we're trying to logic and saying it doesn't make sense. I'm like, well, it doesn't make sense to us. It makes sense to them. I can see it from another angle, because Simps exist. Simpsons, and they're not going anywhere though.
Yes. It's not about possibility. For us, we're talking about the probability of things. Yeah. For them, they're talking about the possibility. Look, it's possible Sierra got it. Yeah, but do you look like Sierra?
Yes,
are you famous like Sierra? Are you fit in your 30s like Sierra? No. I'm just saying. Are you Sierra? Are you Sierra?
Yeah.
Are you the change you want to be?
Right? Exactly. Are you the change you want to be? Hysterical.
Yes. Are you the change you want to be?
That's a good Vince.
Yeah, and the obvious answer is no.
Absolutely not.
Might be, but might be. I can test that. Some might be, but they also have the mindset. They also have the contempt. They also all these other things that go with that, because you can be beautiful, like Annie, but have some fucking screws loose. Like
but here's the thing too.
Colorism. I don't give a shit about colorism and featureism. I don't care. It's an ugly argument. And if I want to entertain it, let's just put it this way. You know how you beat colorism? The squat rack.
Right? Here's the thing for me is like, you know, you can't be a toxic person asking, or not even asking, wrong, demanding the best from life. Right? Like what the hell? What? Right? And I think and here's I gotta stress this. Just because you had an epiphany and you changed directions, I am not about draconian punishment. I really believe that. I am not about beating somebody over the head forever for a past indiscretion, a little faux pas, a little minor wrong way. But you have to understand that on our planet, some people are. And they're not obligated to forgive you. They're not obligated to look the other way. They're not obligated to see that you've changed. And people are not obligated, unfortunately. So if you were out here, Melissa Ford, doing what you were doing, people are not obligated to be like, you know what, that's a different Melissa Ford. And obviously it's not. But I'm saying, even if that was the case, nobody's obligated. Ebony K. Williams, the world doesn't owe you a kick-ass ballerific man that's gonna kiss your dirty drawers. Amanda Seals, the world does not owe you the pliable man that's gonna kiss your dirty drawers and be like, look at my wife, my girlfriend, she's so smart, and then y'all get married. My wife, she's so smart, and she's smarter than me, and she's so cool, and I'm still paying her way through life, even though she's sometimes rude and mean and condescending and know-it-all and entitled, but I'm still paying her way through life because I love her, because she's so smart and she's so beautiful. You're not owed that, Amanda Seals. You are not owed that, Ebony K. Williams. You're not owed that, Kim Foster. Oops. You're not owed that. I think Stefko realizes that. But I think that was a hard-ass punch to the face, though. Right? But yeah, I agree with you. Let me read this real quick. Let me read this. Where is that? Oh yeah, and Roger says we actually like women, but they don't. I agree with this. I think Roger might be a little further back, but yeah, no, exactly. And we show it through our actions and the things we say. We're not always placating and kissing ass and lying to women. Most importantly, and let's let everybody else go. Kev C, go ahead, and then we'll continue.
Hey, first of all, shout out to you, Mr. Z, and the work that you're doing, and the intelligent analysis that you're bringing to, really. Yeah, well, I mean, it's look, man, there's a reason that black men are actually, relate more to the black manosphere than anywhere else. When other people try to do this, you need to commensurate and actually have intelligent discussions with people on one accord, and we don't always have to agree. And even if we don't, we can come to some kind of resolution on a disagreement. And I actually do like that about the black manosphere. That's the one thing I noticed. And I also noticed that not a lot of non-black people come up to your platform and try to challenge you on these talking points. The women don't show up. And I imagine it's because they'd be shot down. They know that there's a lot of chinks in their I'm sorry, I mean to say that. There's a lot of holes in their argument.
Yeah.
There's a lot of defects in the argument. I was going to say chinks in the armor, but we don't really say that anymore, right? So but
there's no chinks in the armor because the armor is fake as hell. But go ahead.
Yeah, and a lot of fallacies, and that's the one thing I noticed. And I go on other platforms, and I'm not going to talk too long. I'll try to just pop on and say some stuff and pass it on to somebody else.
KFC got a whole murderer in the background. Listen to your dog barking. Who your dog murdering right now?
This dog is like out of control. Can you still hear me?
No, we can hear you. I'm just messing with you, KFC. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I've participated in what I refer to as social experiments, and I'm actually doing some kind of analysis on it. And there's a comparison between the black manosphere and what it is we're trying to do, and actually trying to help women, and they're still rejecting the logical, common sense talking points and actual actionable resolutions on the problems that they're having, and then everybody else placating women and actually, just basically trying to, grift money out of them or just tell them what it is they need to hear so they can get something out of it and not really help anybody. So, I just wanted to, let you know that we appreciate that work. And I might do an analysis and a write-up on, something that I saw and observed and actually, was a unfortunately a participant in. And it might send you a write up on it, and I'll probably send it to the Roger report too, since I noticed he's up here. But I think you might find it pretty interesting. But again,
I'll check it out. Just send it when you get a chance. Kev,
Yeah,
before you go, actually, let me actually thank you. Look, it is an honor to have a brother that was in the military forever. The discipline that you show, it's an honor to have you compliment me. I really mean it. When I have you brothers speak so highly of me, it really is humbling. I mean it when I say it, right? So thank you very much.
Also, as a form of,
you're definitely welcome, good sir. And like I said, keep up the great work. You guys are doing great things, and we actually need these discussions, even if we're just doing it for the benefit of ourselves and the next generation of young men coming up behind us. We're gonna have to, fix these issues and problems somehow. Men actually solve problems, whereas other people who are dishonest, and then unfortunately, a lot of women just don't want to, actually, work towards resolution. And shout out to you for actually. I used to say the same thing, benevolent patriarchy, but now I'm actually, using your phrase too, patriarchy under feminist standards. So that's essentially what they're trying to do.
It really is.
Without having to do any other work to earn it. Men can't do that. We got to earn everything that we get in life, and you can't what do you call finesse your way through it. So yeah,
ain't that the worst? Wait, I can't lie my way out of this, Kev.
not as a black man in the United States of America. I don't know how you do it. If you can, let me know.
Hey, once I figure it out, once I have the way to win this Tetris game, I'll let y'all know. You know how they make it. You know how they do it. The second you figure it out, they close the door behind you and then they try to kick you off. Exactly. You don't even get a chance to tell everybody else.
All right, appreciate you, man.
All right, Kev. Thank you for coming up. Oh man. Next. What's going on, Demetrius?
Hey, what's up, everybody?
What's going on? What's going on?
I want to say shout out to me for sending this to you, Z.
Right.
I remember.
Thank you.
I remember like seeing this that same video that you were reviewing of Professor Odie, How Women Hire Men, months ago, and I was like, ain't he just saying the same thing? I was like,
bro.
I was like, you said what we said, but you said it in this way, in this tone. And the thing is, like, he didn't even get too many views off that.
Nope. Last time I checked, it was like 1,200, 1,300 views.
And like, the same thing sort of happened on his TikTok, like where he had a more, I guess you would call it lady-centered critique, on like them playing hokey pokey with feminism and patriarchy and all that. And even then, like, nah, the ladies just weren't there. So I think he knows that his audience is like there to, like, I guess you could even like call it like hear a black man bashing in a specific type of way.
Yes.
If you get what I'm saying.
Like, and a leftist pro-black way, and a pro-black leftist way.
Exactly.
Bashing black men for not playing their role in a community where they're not going to get no vagina, or they're going to be relegated to angry, bitter black women, or single baby mamas. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because like, if you actually like look at the comments in his past videos, like I've seen like 16 different videos from this dude from start to finish. And like when he says certain things that will end up helping, that he believes will end up helping black men and boys in the end, the ladies are there. But anytime he critiques the ladies, like they're like, they crickets. So it's definitely odd. But anyways, listen, we see through this dude's grift, okay? Because it is a grift. Because this dude, he doesn't even really, Like, I don't know if you know this about bro. Like, he doesn't even have his therapist license yet, but he conducts
Wait a
therapy.
minute, Demetrius. What are you telling me? Wait a minute. This Negro's name is Professor Odie.
And he's not
Where's
even a
the P?
professor either. So,
he a charlatan.
Demetrius, nigga, what did you just tell me, Playboy? What did you just say?
y'all would be
Wait a
surprised
minute.
about what I know. I just end up keeping my mouth shut because I
Wait a minute. So wait a minute. So I suspected. To a moment of honesty with everyone. I suspected that he didn't have his PhD. Okay, cool. But you still call yourself Professor Odie. Okay, like on some Dr. Dre type thing. Okay, cool. But when you're telling me he also doesn't maybe even have the license, oh boy. Now that. Look, okay, you know what? Even that I'll let slide. Cool, fine. And you're speaking from a place of authority. Mr. Z speaks from a place of authority. All right, cool, fine. But do you not understand the project that you are undertaking and what that does to undermine the project that you are undertaking? Because all you are doing up until, I guess, recently is intellectualizing Black women's misandry and regurgitating it back to Black men. That's why it was so difficult for both you and Conscious Lee to apologize. And even when y'all did apologize for defending Brickface Rhoda, you still didn't really do it all the way, and you still mischaracterized and reframed what we're actually saying. That's why. Okay, well, okay, so you don't got a PhD. Okay, cool. Don't worry, I don't got one either. Anyway. Oh my God.
Yeah, the thing about it is, like, I can excuse a lot, but he's okay. Therapy, ideally speaking, is supposed to be like a communal sociology health sort of deal, right? Psychological health sort of deal. Give you the tools to sort through your stuff, but you're not even trained, for real. You're not even trained. And I get it. Like, you're watching other therapists who are trained do what they do and then picking up off that skill set, but you still need your license. You're charging people. Like, I've been to his website. He's charging people to be in the wait list. And it's not even dudes who are doing it, it's ladies.
Okay, this is what
most dudes will not, like, I'm not listening to this random dude on the internet.
That's
bruh. This is the thing that okay. I clearly let everyone know Mr. Z is a community dropout. These are my opinions. If you even go to my description, right? I clearly say I talk about anything random that catches my fancy, and this is just a regular working class. And I actually want to change it and actually emphasize this. This is a working class, blue collar Black man's perspective on everything going on planet Earth. So I am very deliberate about who I represent, not just me, but other working class and maybe even some white collar Black men who find themselves in similar situations, definitely in the West, but definitely in America, right? We speak to each other, we commiserate with each other, and we definitely love to hear and speak to different brothers across the political spectrum, across class, economics, education, achievement in life. Yes, but I do not misrepresent who the hell I am. I do not lie to y'all. Y'all, like, I can't lie. I stream too much. All right, I talk too much. I can't misrepresent who the hell I am. It is frightening as hell to have people actually give credence to what they're saying because of what we think they've done and accomplished, what we feel they've done and accomplished. And they have not gone out of their way to make sure that we know, hey, this is what I've done, this is what I haven't done, I am on my way here. Be careful on what you take for you. The one thing you got to give Yanni, and she put up that lame ass disclaimer in the beginning of her streams. in the beginning of her videos, right?
I mean,
We
true.
make
Yeah.
so yeah, she's still full of shit, but at least she says, "Hey, these are just my opinions. These are not facts," and that really is her trying to cover herself for spewing all the bullshit that's about to come out her mouth. But at least she does that. I'm just saying, right? And Passport OG says, and let me read this real quick. Passport OG says, Z, you are a dropout, huh? Yes. I say it all the time. I don't know how you don't know this, Passport OG. I'm a community college dropout. I just have read a whole lot of articles, newspaper clippings, watch a shit ton of documentaries. Oh my God. I'm a YouTube junkie. I read and watch. I'm telling y'all, just because y'all sometimes see I don't respond to the emails y'all send me, I check out the emails y'all send me. I'm getting better at responding to those emails. But if y'all send me an article, I'm about to have to be like BGS and Art and have all of these, pay all my little $5 and $10 and $15 for all of the subscriptions of stuff that y'all send me. So yeah, no, yeah. I am definitely a community college dropout. But I'm a history buff, and that's why I'm able to contextualize things the way I do and reference names. Put it this way: my lady is college educated. In her college degree is in general world history, and we have conversations. And at first, when I first met my lady, she did not know I was community college dropout either, right? Because we literally are speaking about Otto von Bismarck in Germany before it unified. We're literally speaking on Japan. She's the one who put me on the Japanese, what is 37373, whatever, what the hell was that organization when they were experimenting on the Chinese and the Koreans, the Japanese during World War II. She's the one who put me on that. But I'm saying all of this to say I at least have enough information to draw these parallels and to speak the way I do. And yeah, but I have made it very clear what my situation is, because once again, I don't want people to take what I say as law. I and I'm very clear on my experiences. And it's just so that I do not find myself in the position to have to apologize for leading people on. Right? I don't want to ever do that. I don't want anyone to ever take Mr. Z's experience and his knowledge and whatever I think this wisdom is for fact, right? I definitely, and that's why I'm careful on speaking, because as I've said before, any random 16-year-old that might be listening to Z, you still have to live your life. You still have to live your life, and you're going to have to get your heart broken. You're going to have to be on the wrong side of
part of life.
You're gonna have to fall and stumble. Yes, it's gonna have to happen, right? So yeah, and yeah. So yeah, Mr. Z is a
Mr.
Z is a community college dropout. 731. Thank you.
Let me finish, and then we can move on. All right.
Okay. But yeah, Kev C, thank you. Yeah, Unit 731, Japanese Hume. Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm speaking about, Kev C. And my lady's the one who put me onto that, and I watched a couple of things on it. I was like, oh, y'all was really on some. Yeah, y'all was on some Nazi-ish over there. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was about to say, yeah, Mr. Z, and also like what they call like the rape of Nanking as well.
So that I did know about. That I did know about, but I didn't know. Yeah, I didn't know about the 731. My lady put me on that.
Yeah, that's how we got the knowledge that the human body is 70% made of water because of the horrific experiments they were doing on subjects.
Yep.
You know, it's unfortunate here. So again, it's just like I think when people talk about like European like colonial history and whatnot, we don't want to make the mistake of saying that it's something unique only European.
Yes.
Like, we do want to say like, hey, what you did was fucked up regardless. You know what I mean? So.
Yep.
That's why I think where a lot of people go wrong,
They think it was just white folks. It wasn't just white folks.
Right. Basically, it's like we don't want to present the narrative of, oh, our shit doesn't stink. No, it should be more like, hey, we wipe our ass around here. We don't know about y'all, but we wipe our ass around here. You know what I mean? Like, we make sure that shit's clean. So, yeah.
And in South Florida, we call them shitty booties. Nigga, you ain't wiping?
Exactly. Mud butt. know what's called mud butt, you know?
Exactly. And go ahead, Demetrius, finish up, and then we'll
All right,
continue.
the last thing that I want to do is contextualize this whole like black therapy YouTube space that y'all are critiquing. Okay, one of the things that I learned in college is psychology, and I even think sociology is not even really considered a science. It's considered a pseudoscience because it's still a developing field. Like we always hear about like space exploration and all that, you know, the final frontier and all that, being up in space, interplanetary travel and all that. But really back home on Earth, back here on Earth, the last frontier is actually in psychology and sociology. Okay,
Studying the mind.
that is where this is. So these ideas that have been arising from that subsection and like section of YouTube in general, like I want y'all to know that is why they quote Bell Hooks so frequently, because she's a recent development. Okay,
and she
these
doesn't
are
cite her
all
sources.
recent. These are still baby ideas technically. They
Yes.
have had very little time to sit and marinate. And so if you do not critique these ideologies now, what's going to happen is it's going to gain a sort of iron defense. Like they're just going to keep reinforcing these ideas, reinforcing them and reinforcing them. And so it's actually like important. And I'm not even talking about from an like insulting point. Like it's important that you actually engage with these ideas on an intellectual level and point out why it does not work.
Yes.
Right.
That's what I did with some people with the 4B movement. I was like, you know, that baby cousin that was born like the other day, who you think is oh so cute, if the population was actually gonna dwindle, it would be a shame if she was gonna starve, because that's what's gonna happen. You don't have the population to keep the transportation industry going. You ain't gonna have none in your grocery store.
Yep.
It's very critically important that we actually engage with this stuff and point it out, because the youth, I'm telling you right now, I'm in the classrooms with them. Some of them, they don't think this deep. They don't think it's that deep when it really is. During my critique of the 4B movement with other people, right? I was like, I don't know why y'all aren't taking this personally, because this is going to have a communal effect and a personal effect.
They're not
people you love are gonna get hurt. You're saying this stuff as like to be all snarky and everything, but people you love are gonna get hurt. Your little sister, your niece,
Here's
your
the
nephew.
thing, though, Demetrius. Spiting black men, for many black women, particularly some of our academics or those of them that find themselves in academic spaces, to spite black men, right? They're willing to go to the hilt. They're not thinking, I would argue, they're not thinking that far to fully understand how what you're advocating for bites you in the ass and then bites the black women that you claim to advocate for in the ass. They're not thinking that far. It's black men. Black men want to be white men. Black men are failed patriarchs, failed good subjects of the black quote unquote matriarchy, really godnocracy, and so to hell with them. But they're not thinking far, and that's why they're celebrating the 4B movement coming out of Korea. There's so many videos that's like, oh yeah, this is good. This is women showing their power, and they're showing that they can end whole ethnicities. And I'm like, wait, y'all are celebrating this shit? This is some weird stuff.
And let me preface. Let me say this too, because y'all know, like, I got girl best friends, and I tell them all this shit to like put them on game, so that when they come in contact with this ideology, they know how to refute it. Come to find out, like my best friend of 10 years, like she already knew somewhat about it, okay, because she's in that whole K-pop space, so she knew about 4B before I did. Okay, the thing about it is, right, she made this point that I didn't even think about. She said, I want to end up having 5 kids, right, when she said that I want to have 5 kids when I get older, like after I'm more set in my career and everything.
What does that even mean?
I'm not particularly sure. I don't know how she thinks that's going to work out.
Kids, you're going to start the clock what, at 31, 32?
I don't know, because even like, I mean, nurses make good money, but like even still, you get what I'm saying?
Did he need a new girlfriend? Maybe she could get hooked up with him anyway.
What she said is, why should my kids have to take care of your selfish ass? She was talking to the ladies who were preaching the 4B movement. Why should my kids, idealistically, if I have them, why should my kids have to take care of your old selfish ass? You did not pour into the community. You did not pour into society. You just said, oh, I'm going to enjoy my steak dinners. I'm going to enjoy my vacations, and I'm just gonna live out my days. Why should they take care of you?
You know, it is what I said earlier about community uplift, and how these people think others are obligated to them, right? And what they think a community is. A community for them is not one where you do work and others do work for you. No. It is an in case of emergency break class, and it is a group of people that are supposed to be cleanup people, namely cleanup men for them. That is what they see community as. That's what a community truly is for these people, right? And let me read this real quick. And KMS says, and thank you for the super chat, it's more nefarious than black women sitting on their hands about black women reckless behavior in fear of being ousted from the sisterhood. I think there was an quote unquote ain't bitch maybe I'm saying this wrong. Ain't shit bitch theory of 87. I'm not an ain't shit bitch, but I might want to be, so I look the other way. I agree. I get what you're saying. I'm not doing foul shit, but I might want to engage in that one day, so I'll look the other way while you engage in that. And I agree with that. You know what it is? It's rooting for the bad guy in movies, right? And I've engaged in that, but I get what you're saying, which is what you're doing looks fun, and it looks free, and it looks liberating, and I may not participate in that behavior now. I might not ever participate in that behavior, but maybe I might want to one day. And so I can't shit on what you're doing, because maybe I might quote unquote fall into that behavior one day. I might catch myself on the opposite end of that one day. Yeah.
You mean fall?
Yes, that's what it is. I get what you're saying.
You mean fall or actually choose it? Because no one falls.
Yeah, well, we know it's actually choose it, but using their wording and their ideology and their sentimentality, yeah, I might fall into that one day, right? I might fall into the hoe phase one day. I might engage. I might partake in it one day, and I don't want someone to judge me on the opposite end of that, right?
Hold up, man.
I don't want to be denied opportunities. Wait, go ahead. Say it again.
You mean she slipped and fell on a penis?
Right? I might accidentally fall onto a stiff white slong one day, and I don't want to be judged by the black community, namely by black men, for it. Right? It is Halle Berry. Just because I threw a temper tantrum after Eric Benet and I got preggo by 2 white dudes back to back, it doesn't mean I should be denied black relationship with a black straight man after the fact. Just because I lied on every black man I had ever been with doesn't mean I should be denied black men when after the 2 white men, after the 2 white mixed babies, I shouldn't be denied black men, even though I gave y'all the middle finger after Eric Benet. I'm just saying.
Opinion, she deserves Naomi Campbell.
Right? They should be together. I'm just saying.
Yes.
All three of them should be like in a tri-poly relationship. Tyra Banks, Naomi Campbell, and Halle Berry.
Hey, Mr. Z, going back to what
Go
you
ahead.
said about community again, and I even came to that conclusion myself. I'm like, if you look at these people's idea of community, what their community is idea of is they want to be basically the useless bench warmer on a championship team. They want to say, "Oh, I was on that team, but like it didn't really contribute to me." You know, you're like 12th person on the bench, 13th person on the bench. You know what I mean? Talk about some. Oh, I was watching.
Stop talking about me playing basketball, Kev.
Exactly.
Because I'm trash, nigga. Don't pick Z.
Right. Or say like, oh yeah, I was on a Super Bowl team, but I was on a Super Bowl team. You were like a practice squad player. You know what I mean? You were like the fourth string.
I still got the ring. That's how they think. No, you're right. You're
exactly.
right.
So it's like,
I still got the ring. Yeah.
Actually, I'll do you one better, Kev. They want to be team captain.
Team captain, but not actually be contributing, expected to contribute.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They want teams that they want to be team captain. They want you to be the star player while they sit back and do nothing.
Yep.
Wow. No. I agree with this. I agree with this. That's and to Venom K's comment, which he says, why do people love villains so much? Because the villains are the fun ones. They're relatable. They're fun, and you're living vicariously through the villain because that shit looks fun as fuck and liberating.
Well, here's the thing. We love the hero.
Let me give you a prime example of a villain that people relate to after bro.
Wait, let's do this. Demetrius in the line, but Demetrius already got the momentum. Go ahead, Demetrius in the line. Go ahead.
All right. So a prime example of a villain that people can relate to is I think it was either 2019 or 2021 Suicide Squad, Deadshot.
Yeah.
Okay. If y'all don't know the backstory behind Deadshot, I believe he's a Batman villain, and bro just does not miss any shots, pulling off crazy.
That was Will Smith's character, right?
And everything, huh?
That was Will Smith's character.
Yeah.
And he will do anything he has to put food on the table for his daughter.
Mm-hmm.
He'll kill women, children, other like political figures, the president. He's a gun for hire, and he does it all to put food on the table for his
Sounds like mercenary.
Right.
What up?
So another relatable Batman villain, or just any villain, is Mr. Freeze. Dying wife will do anything he has to get the money or the resources to build something to save his wife. That's relatable. These paragons are like just unrelatable. Okay, they're extraordinary people. By and large, they're extraordinary people. The villains are just more relatable, and you can see where they're going. That's why people love anti-heroes like Deadpool so much. Deadpool don't care about no honor. You get in his way, you're getting taken down, and that's the ideal. That's the ideology that most people, I would say, abide by. That's why you have those sayings like these hands are rated E for everybody.
Everyone, yeah.
Go ahead.
And talking about hands, what you playing?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, I was about to say, it's so,
somebody clicking and clacking on the controller right now. I hear it.
Oh, my fault. I'm playing Destiny 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
But okay, wait. Lion and then Big Kev, because I know Big Kev want to say something. Lion, Big Kev, then we'll do Socrates, then we'll do Leon. Go ahead.
Hey, then I'll come back because I'm at work. I just wanted to get a few words in real quick.
Okay. Do you mind? I'm waiting for a second, Lion.
I was just gonna say something really, really short, and then
let's do Lion, then Leon, then Big Kevin, then we'll continue. Go ahead.
About the hero villain thing. At the end of the day, the hero is who we aspire to be, but the villain is who we really are.
That's the inner us. That's the inner you.
Yeah.
I think the average person is more like anti-hero, but yeah, no, I can see where you're going
more
from.
Anti-hero, but I mean, yeah. All right, you got it, Leon.
All right, so I wanted to bring up some quick subjects to give y'all some framework. So The masculine performance is something that people want, and when we're looking at Russell Wilson and how FD signifier is trying to enter that space with his relationship, you have to understand the easiest way to look at a white man and a black woman is simply that most of them are monetizing their relationship. So it's not for you, it's for black women. It's bad when you can have a white guy and understand that he's putting you to work and monetizing the relationship both ways. It's the same thing when we say the left won the culture war,
Yes.
and the conservatives won the
The
capitalist
economic.
war.
Yeah.
Yes, the economic war. So white guys have been monetizing their black relationships. Okay, just look at it like that. Look at it from just the business perspective. White guys understand that this makes money on social media. Think about if you have there's ladies with 250K viewers with $5 exclusive whatevers, and if you just have 5,000 people, $5 each, it's equivalent to OnlyFans. They're banking off their relationship. He's monetized
Facts.
that black woman. The other part I just wanted to get in on. I think it's a major issue when people talk about concepts within blackness, right? Like as if there's not a a white patriarchy and matriarchy on top of us.
Yeah. Yeah.
So when we talk about black boys, we constantly see how it moves, and that you have to add queer, you have to add gay, because those are the people cutting the check. Okay, we know about the small hats. I sent you the video. They made you never seen that video before, have you? That I
No.
sent you the that's and you see how misleading that talking point was when she brought up black people and how they cut and pasted. But they have an interest in investing money, and the primary investments are coming from black people. It's coming from white people. It just is what it is. And when we hear these frameworks, they're the people that add. You can have a black queer woman that wants to do for black boys, and none of that LGBT and all that stuff is brought into it. But when the people in the room are white, and it's I'm white and I say so, and I know what's best, and I'm your white savior with this paycheck, that's when the lines really get blurred. So I don't really blame Bell Hooks or any of those ladies, because I understand that they're trying to subscribe to white ears. You know what I'm saying? So white monetization for black women, and the fact that everything is sold to black women. Understand, what's that word you said earlier? Faith and what's the word? Faith and what's the other word?
Hope.
Like hope. Hopium is a strong drug for black women or any woman in general.
Yeah.
So like you said earlier, when you're telling the girl the truth, and you have to understand, most people don't want the truth. They don't want it, because they would have to frame their whole existence around the actual truth, and that's not what they want. That's why they call us red pill and black pill. You know what I'm saying?
So what I'm hearing from what you're saying, Leon, is we are still being formed and reformed
Yes.
through white capital mainly. Their
Yes.
ideology, yes, but they're using their capital to direct us a certain way by buying off black intelligentsia and black quote unquote technocrats. Well, they're really not technocrats, but
Yeah.
for all intents and purposes, black technocrats. So it is what I said with Pakistan and them giving $200 million to Pakistan for quote unquote gender studies. Just this is the black version of it in the black community in America.
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Who said it? Who said it best? Nixon? Did Nixon say it best?
Oh yeah, sell them on capitalism.
Yes, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
And like I said, FD's trying to monetize his relationship. Cool. Now I just want to be. There's enough people in this space that got my Facebook or my Instagram that they can look at my shit and understand the performance is great. Okay, I'm well aware of my performance, and I know how my ex-girlfriends feel about my performance. Okay, let that sink in. I know how they feel about my performance. The question is, why can't I not have that? But at the same time, I want you to shut the fuck up. My woman allows me to talk. They would prefer for me to shut the fuck up, but perform the same. And I'm gonna end it there.
Provide, protect, and shut up. Homegirl sit it on.
Protect, and shut up.
Yeah, homegirl sit it on Daily Wrap Up Crew. Nobody want to grapple with that. Nobody wants to grapple with women's toxicity. Wait a minute, Z. Are you gonna say the most obvious? Toxic femininity. Oops.
Yes. Yeah. So
nobody want to grapple with that
shit. My exes see that shit. Mm-hmm. And like I said, Mrs. Z, keep it 100, Dr. Thunder, Toya. People have me on Facebook. They can just, the performance is great, bruh. You know what I'm saying? My mouth, that's a different thing. But see, my woman doesn't mind it because she already understands I handle business and everything first before anything. But still, my exes see that shit. They don't like that shit. Okay? So it's all about performance.
Man, hey. Yeah, thanks for coming up, Leon. Let me read this from KMS, and then we're gonna have Big Kev. Black Socrates has been in here for a while. He need to say something, and then Rogish just came up. So let's do this. And KMS is, I guess, continuing from what he said earlier, which is they are all in on it. That's the ladies. The ancient, the quote unquote ancient bitch theory of 87 hysterical treaty. I said theory. Sorry. Let's say it again. They're all in on it. The ancient bitch treaty of 87, once again hysterical, was an agreement to overlook, in parentheses, allowed to be accurate, reckless behavior amongst them, so the good black women, quote unquote, good black women, can dabble in it when they want to. I agree 150%. It is that. It is that. It is women saying, you know what, I might want to dabble in that. So I will sign the treaty of overlook when you're misbehaving so that I might be able to misbehave in the future and have all of my sins forgiven.
Z, that's what Jeff Brown talked about when he said the horrible penchant of classy, nice ladies to corral my horrible hoes. You know,
he's been saying that forever. He's been saying that. I remember him saying that on RMC. So we talking about like 2013-ish, 2012, 2013. I remember him saying that forever ago.
You mean Jeff Brown from like the So What show?
Yeah.
Okay, yep. Yeah, I remember him. But yeah, again, it's just one of those things. It's like, again, we've been constantly taught that that
Black Socrates come back up.
Yeah,
go ahead.
We've been constantly taught that women are just inherently morally superior to men just because they're physically weaker, and it's like, no, like they're every bit as capable as being malicious as men are. They just go about it in a different way. And like you said, Mr. Z, it's like people don't want to acknowledge that because a lot of this ideology, a lot of this like feminist and trad kind of ideology kind of rests upon that assumption, you know?
Yes.
Because acknowledging that kind of destroys the credibility of their arguments. You know what I mean? Like if it's pointed out by Dr. Tommy Curry that feminism from the jump has been a very classist and elitist ideology.
Yes.
Then it's like, again, it's like them admitting the truth destroys their credibility, you know, and people don't want to have their credibility
more into micro workers or hoes. Because I think
real quick to what Big Kev is saying. And this is why, for those of you that don't know, I know everybody on the panel understands in the chat, but just in case we have some random person listening, this is why I continue to stress, and there's a reason why, I'm going to explain in a minute, why I continue to stress who's getting married and staying married. As Big Kev said, because it's a class experiment. And if the women who can most afford to not be married are getting married, including the feminist, once again, including the feminists, then what does that tell you about their entire fucking project? Right? If it's not about class, then why is it that the women that can most ill afford to not be married are the ones that are not married? And the women that can most afford to not be married, well, they're married. They can afford to not be married, but they're married. Why is that? And they're the ones who are the loudest and strongest proponents of "I am woman, hear me roar." Women can do what men can do, in heels, moonwalking type weirdo talk. All that sound nice, but you got a husband though, and y'all move very traditionally.
It's self-esteem. Anything you can do, I can do better.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Yep.
Yeah, but the thing is
Yeah.
that she didn't understand it that well. You're focusing on what I can do, and you're not opening up your stride of what you can do, bitch. What the fuck?
Yeah.
What do you? What's all this focus on me for? What about you? Look in the mirror, huh?
Right.
Did not know you had critical thinking.
Yeah. Well. Here's the thing about critical thinking. There's a philosopher, Socrates. There's a philosopher that got murked. Well, actually, he had to drink poison. For thinking too hard and too much in ways that were against the state, so they say. Let's talking about Socrates. Let's let Black Socrates talk. Go ahead, Black Socrates.
Hey, how's everyone doing?
What's going on, bro?
I'm good. I came a little late, so like, is there an overarching theme for this?
Yeah. So the link is in the description. I don't know if you want to skim through it real quick, but we're speaking about Professor Odie, who Demetrius has informed us is not even a PhD and may not even have all of his certs in said field of, I guess, psychology or therapy or
And
mental health.
might I add, his audience defended him on that. They were like, "Oh, we don't need certified people. We just need people who know what they do."
Okay, all right, that's fine. Okay.
And so we're speaking about Professor Odie, Jesus Christ, and the fact that Professor Odie, pretty much regurgitated everything we say here in the Black Manosphere about women weaponizing patriarchy against men, about patriarchy under feminist specifications. Of course, he didn't use that terminology. And so we're speaking about these people that occupy mainly the same space I occupy politically, but they're full of crap. Occupy the left, saying the same things we say, but saying it in a way that's a little bit more palatable and pliable for women to understand. And the fact, like Demetrius said, that those particular videos and think pieces don't do numbers. So in other words, when these niggas tell these women they full of shit and they're hypocrites, the women don't engage.
Okay.
Even though they say it in the nicest way humanly possible.
Oh, okay.
Nice
All
one,
right.
Kevin.
All right. Okay. Well, one, I don't think that, like, my conception of the modern left is pretty negative or pessimistic, which is a lot of things, right, in a modern society. And the reason being is that because I look at it from a different lens, from a more historical lens, as to what the actual purposes of a lot of these movements were. Like, for instance, when it comes to feminism, if you go all the way back to Seneca Falls, feminism has always basically been anti-men from this immediate conception, right? And so when people keep thinking about first wave, third wave, or second wave, or this is not real feminism, they don't know what they're talking about. Feminism has always been anti-men. It's always been classist. I always call it, white upper class women feminism, right? That's what it really is. It's for white upper class women to gain more in society, then merge with her male white counterpart, and then merge like some Voltron of capitalism and do what they need to do while selling the lower classes on these weird idealistic ideas of empowerment that they'll never obtain. Right, and then sell them products and merchandise and books and other things on it, and they have them go to college and go into debt and all this other nonsense. So that's how I view it. So when I see these talking points, these professors, I believe they're just hired hands or hired people to spit out nonsense to keep people in this perpetuation of serving the upper classes through this class warfare that's now been shrouded through through quote unquote empowerment. So that's why I'm like, of course nobody would listen to him. Of course they would. And also another thing, I believe that the professorship or university system is thoroughly corrupt. That they now operate like capitalists. They're trying to make money from education.
Say that. So no, that's a fact. Yeah, what you're saying is a fact.
Yeah. So what does that mean? There's only so much intelligence to go around. There's only so much breakthroughs to go around. There's so much innovative. So like what's going on with if you know what's going on with Harvard with Francesca Gino, I think her name is. She was probably one of the most highest paid professors in the world in this field of behavioral psychology, and then behavioral economics, and then she got found to lie on her research, and now she
what was it called? Behavioral economy?
Behavioral economics. Behavioral economics.
What the hell is that?
Wow. Okay, that's a pioneering field by the likes of Daniel Kahneman, Dan Ariely, Francisco Gino, etc. Like I said, and Amit Tversky, basically applying psychological concepts to economics, because historically economics has been based on the idea of the rational, decision maker. So behavioral,
but it's a social science. So how the fuck? And I'm not cursing at you, by the way, Socrates. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's an economy. By the way, if you don't know, I'm not saying that to you, but just in case anybody, economics is a social scientist. I mean, social science.
Sure.
Just because you see numbers does not mean it's not a social science. Go ahead, Black.
Sure. So psychologists came around and say, hold on. Humans aren't rational, and they're not rational actually when it comes to making financial decisions, especially.
That's a fact.
And here's why. So
Yep.
they started listing a bunch of cognitive tendencies that people have when it comes to money, such
Yes.
as data mining, forgetting about the past, how bubbles happen is based on our psychology, why we feel a loss 2 times more than we feel a gain, how we think found money is new money, but it's not, right? And there's all these things that we do that actually inclines us to make bad financial decisions. So this whole field started happening. I was very much into it probably for 20 years, but we've been finding that people have been lying on their research in order to get more prominence, so they can get more speaking fees and get more books.
Wow.
And my suspicion is that's the tip of the iceberg. And keep in mind, at least I would say in behavioral economics, you have to have some data sets. You have to have some type of quantitative information to show. You have fields where you don't need none of that, i.e. sociology. And I believe sociology is I have a big gripe against sociology. I think sociology is a faux science. It's a pseudoscience. It's a hack job. It's actually ruining society. It's just this fact that upper class people send their kids to school.
Yep.
Spend millions of dollars in education from K all the way to university, millions, right?
Yeah.
But now they want them to, consume and be able to replicate the same upper class, lifestyle. How can they do so when there's only a finite number of upper class jobs available? So what do you have to do? You have to create jobs, bullshit jobs. Right? You have to create consulting jobs, DEI jobs, or journalist jobs. And if you create a journalist job, what are we going to talk about?
Stop talking about Hunter Biden like that. Go ahead.
It's all of them, right? What we're going to talk about. We have to invent ideas. So we can invent intersectionality, right? We invent stuff. We can keep inventing stuff to give ourselves jobs. That's what it's really about. Giving themselves jobs, right? That's what it's all about. So if you want to talk about Odie, he's trying to give himself a job. The people in that field are trying to give themselves a job. Why work for real? Real work is hard. Come up with an idea, create a consulting company, then force companies to adhere to you and get paid to do so. Kind of like what's going on in the video game industry right now with a company called Sweet Baby Inc. It's all the same. Just creating bullshit jobs and trying to reap benefits from it. Have this weird merger of quote unquote leftism with capitalism. And I think leftism has always been capitalistic, but that's a whole different discussion.
No, I am trending to understand that more and more. And you can imagine how maddening that is for me. Right?
Again, it boils down to the fact that I read a lot, and I think that I don't expect anyone to read as much as I do, and that's part of the problem, right? It's like what Thorstein Veblen said in his book.
You better read a lot. Part of your name is Socrates. I'm just saying. Go ahead.
So the thing is that how is anyone supposed to know what's going on when knowing what's going on requires a boatload of study and research? And that's what's part of the issue. It's like it's so hard. I don't blame anyone for not knowing what's going on. And so I'm also pessimistic. I'm like, how is anyone supposed to know what's going on when the amount of research or analysis or understanding you need to understand what's going on? Because there's so much layers, right? How they use words, equivocation. Words have different meanings, right? So they'll use a word and they'll say, oh, we believe in equality. Like, what do you mean by equality? Oh, that's a whole history. This time equality meant this. And in this time, equality meant that. This time, equality is like, and it's like,
this is fact about
equality.
Yeah.
So what's equality? The equality you wanted to believe. You believe it is. Like, how does that make any sense? Like, what's asking me questions?
Like it's to keep you in brainstorm mode so that you can't put in the form for things that you need to perform to.
Yes.
Yes and no.
Of course, if you're a con artist whose job is to basically give themselves a job, and their job is based on you not knowing anything, right? Because if you knew something, then you'll say, why am I paying you? Like, you're paying me because go ahead.
Here's that. I'm sorry, because Black Star, you know what I just thought? So in other words, these people did not learn from Bernays and Sigmund Freud? Because literally, when you speak, I'm really thinking about this psychological economics, whatever the fuck. But so, I mean, didn't we talk about this a fucking century ago?
You'll find it. What's it? I think Marion Kenzie said a lot of ideas are just rehash. Like
I was literally thinking rehash. Yes.
Right. Yes. A lot of ideas. So yeah, I was researching Sigmund Freud again, and I think Sigmund Freud's about penis envy, right? Which I think this is what feminism is, right? Feminism is penis envy, right? Why can't I like WNBA? Okay, you women are playing basketball. Great, congratulations. Nobody watches. No one cares. They're upset. They want to get paid more. No one watches. No one cares. So how do you get paid more? Men should give us money. Why should men give us money? Because it's unfair that men get to make all this money and men get all this attention and we don't. Therefore, we want to be like men. It's like, yes, you want to be like men. You want what men have. You want without none of the risk, rather than the risk or the obligation or the responsibilities, but only the accolades and the results. Penis envy. You want to be men without the actual.
Ain't nobody trying to
what it
do
means to be men.
70 some odd hours like Z, and the occasional maybe once or twice a year, almost 100 hours in a week. Hey, ladies, y'all don't want these problems.
No, they want the money. But I do want the money.
I know what you're saying, Socrates, but I had to say it. They don't want these problems. Yeah, right. They don't want these.
But they want the money. They want the check at the end. They do want the check,
exactly.
Right? They want the check and they want the credit.
Yeah, but they want equality. But all you gotta do is ask them. Okay, so you want selective service?
No, look. Go ahead.
When it comes to your Disney theory and that what you expose with that program being on set, let's say at 9 at the latest, 8 possibly, with Mattel and Hasbro.
Oh well, we gotta explain what we mean by the Disney theory. So for those of you, and I guess I'll put that in the description box so y'all could check out. Also, so I had Rogish play on his channel a couple months ago a clip from Wisecrack where they were covering Malcolm in the Middle, and they got to a segment of it where they spoke about the Disneyfication of our society, essentially selling products and things and consumerism and lifestyle branding to kids, primarily little girls. These girls are now women our age, give or take. If you're under the age of 45, 46-ish, pretty much women our age from about the mid-40s all the way down to teenagers. Girls have been directly marketed to with lifestyle branding. You wonder why she's such a hyper consumer. You wonder why she's so materialistic, and she judges her life achievements and how far she's gotten with luxury cars, luxury items, bags, shoes, etc., living in a certain neighborhood, having a certain type of home. It's because her humanity has been tampered with by uber wealthy, rich, old white men. Gary Marsh, and seriously, and the small hats, of course, and so she's judging her humanity literally off of the consumer products. So I'm not saying that this doesn't have an effect on men and boys, clearly hip hop music, etc., but it's just exponentially worse with women. So yeah, go ahead, Rogish.
But the thing is, it doesn't relate to them that they're participating in the market.
Exactly.
Items, if you want all this product, these are things that you wish to place upon yourself, to hold and all that.
And you are also commodified.
Where do you think it come from? If you're so market minded like that, but you don't want to be attached to a family in a traditional sense, but you want everything, every golden thing that the world's supposed to offer. The only way you can get it is through that cat. You're not even supposed to be connected to a man. You're supposed to be connected to the society. Those are women that belong to the streets, if you will. They really do.
No, seriously though.
To the streets. They're not supposed to be within homes. They're not supposed to be even selected for familial development.
Let's pause real quick before you go block Socrates. This is important now. Rogish just intellectualized she belongs to the streets, y'all.
I mean, she really do.
I mean, no, seriously though. Exactly. Indigo caught it. She belonged to the mainframe, dog. The mainframe, right?
I caught it when he said you're not supposed to be connected to family. I'm like,
yeah, exactly. I mean, like if that's how you are really. What's the word? Comporting yourself. That's my word. If that's how you're comporting yourself, and if we accurately assess, she's saying she does not want to be attached to a man, to children, to a nuclear family, fine. You cannot then tell us how to respond to that. So when we as heterosexual men, heterosexual black men say, she belongs to the streets, we are literally accurately assessing she belongs to no man, to no children. She is like very tangentially connected to a family, I guess, or extended family at this point. So she literally belongs to the streets. When we say that, you can take it as a pejorative, but it really is us accurately assessing and describing, oh, she belongs to the streets. All right, right. Go ahead, Black Socrates, and then we'll swing back around.
Yeah.
Shit.
Good
job, bro.
They sell the lie to these women that they can aspire towards upper class, them, while being feminist and independent and just doing whatever they want, which is ridiculous. Because what's so shocking about this? What's so shocking? Like, I grew up in New York City, and I was able to fall into these circles, these upper class circles. My girlfriend at the time went to Princeton, and she's upper class. So I was seeing this world, and it pissed me off. Because it became very abundantly
full
clear
of shit, and they don't really act like that.
Absolutely everything they promote to the lower classes, they don't follow. They do not follow it. Absolutely don't follow it.
Do you see why I call it class warfare, Socrates?
It's absolutely class. To the point where you'll find these professors who probably upper class themselves, and they'll talk about diversity. But if you find out their zip code and where they live, all white neighborhoods, you'll find that they have they still have debutante balls, man. They still have debutante balls till this day, while they're telling
sounds pretty goddamn patriarchal,
right? While they're telling regular women, be independent, be empowered. My girl, when I was 24 at the time, she was 19. She was trying to get married. She was trying to get married then and start our lives and start this weird power couple dynamic that that they wanted to create already. Like, they're not following the script that they give to the rest of society. And of course, look at the results. And I'm like, so you guys are all married. You guys are all basically patriarchal. You guys are all traditionalists, but you're promoting quote unquote empowerment, feminism, Marxism, neo-Marxism, and all this other stuff to the rest of society with consumerism, which is a weird mix of egalitarianism and consumerism and capitalism, all mixing together.
Welcome to Z's channel, Black Socrates.
Nothing but confusion. Nothing but confusion.
I've been talking about this shit for years, bro.
Yeah, and they sit there and they spin around. They spin around in circles, or they run around in a hamster wheel, not getting anywhere and producing nothing, and they scratch their heads wondering why. And it's like, I can't believe it's happening. Like, if you notice, ask your professor. If you're in a prominent school, where do they live? Like, how they live? The notion is like they preach the 60s, but they live like the 50s.
Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Y'all get this knowledge right here. Go ahead.
Right. They preach the 60s and live like the 50s. They preach promiscuity when they're looking at their daughters. If she's not married by 25, like, what are you doing? What are you doing with life? Right? Like, it is shocking how overt it is too. Like, look, I'm go to Yale. Ask any kid there, what do you think about, women empowerment and feminism? They'll say, oh yes, absolutely, women empowerment and feminism. Women should do what they want. What do you think about polyamory? Oh, polyamory is the new way. Polyamory, etc. Okay, how many of your parents are married? 90%. Will they get married? Yes, they'll get married, but they'll still promote this stuff. They'll still say this is great, but they will not follow it at all. Like, when I say they don't follow it, go ahead.
Yo, there's this thing that I hear I don't know if it's just like a DMV thing or not, but like when girls say, I like that for you. That's what it sounds like.
Yes, exactly.
Absolutely.
Let me say this.
Go ahead.
So real quick, Black. So the first conversation I had with FD ever, I was doing a stream, and I was speaking about Tracy Ellis Ross and a bunch of famous exer women that are single, and I was kind of poking fun at them because of the travesty that is their life outside of their career. Now, FD felt somewhat offended when I said exactly what you're saying, which is what it seems as if is that y'all are regulating nuclear 2-parent household families to a certain class of people, and everybody else are going to be told to live free and fast and do your own thing and live your life and don't follow these structures, and these structures are oppressive. Meanwhile, upper class people will be engaging in that willfully, happily. But all the rest of us are going to be told, do this pansexual whatever, do this poly whatever, live free and fast, have children out of wedlock. For those of you that don't want to do that, just be single and have fun. And while upper classes of people will still be practicing hard-ass, patriarchal, nuclear family, children in wedlock, etc., etc. So we'll be sold this some quote-unquote liberation while they still practice this and keep wealth within family. How the hell is this supposed to work? I'm not signing up for that shit. I'm not.
Okay. I'm end with this. I don't want to have to tell y'all this on Sunday because it's kind of, again, pessimistic. But
this is Z's channel. You could go as dark as you want. Remember, we got Doomer Stream 2 going. Go ahead. Go as far as you want to go.
I'll let y'all know. It's really about status. You know, and this is why I keep talking about Thorstein Veblen, you know, conspicuous consumption. So
shout out to Leon. Leon's been saying this also. Go ahead.
In order to demonstrate status, right, I would have clothes of a certain type, right, jewelry of a certain type, or a house of a certain type. But the problem with capitalism, and this is one of the good things about capitalism, which is also a bad thing about capitalism, is that it does actually bring the lower classes up. The best system in society to do that. But of course, that has negative effects. What's the negative effects of that, you say? Oh, it makes status more rarefied because the lower classes have cars. The lower classes can have clothes. The lower classes can have cell phones. So now you need to have new ways to have status symbols. So what status has gone to now is a stratosphere in the sense of ideas. That having certain ideas give you status, right? If I can know what heteronormative means and the new buzzwords of I have high status. That's shown that I'm educated, I'm up to the times, I'm reading New York Times bestsellers, I'm in cocktail parties, and I'm cutting edge. I have high status. I speak in this terminology. And also, if I'm able to promote these ideas, that also shows I have money. And people say, how's that so? Oh, if I can talk about defunding the police, that means that I'm so wealthy that my neighborhood doesn't have to worry about crime, right? If I can promote diversity, that means that I don't have to worry about the antagonisms that historically always exist when you put a whole bunch of people of different groups together. The diversity that I'm talking about is class diversity in the sense that everyone in my class of a certain class, but we're all different colors, right? That's the diversity I'm talking about. So I can talk about that and live that. The reality of the lower classes, though, will not have any of this. They will have dangerous neighborhoods. They'll have bad schools. They'll have horrible nuclear families and horrible lifestyles, right? It will harm them. You can only be, these are rich ideas. You can only be rich and really embrace these ideas. It reminds me of a conversation I had with a friend of mine who wanted to talk about polyamory. And I told him blatantly, I said, polyamory is for rich people, right? You can't be in the margins of life, worrying about your paycheck to paycheck, and have time to date multiple people and multiple, like you have time for that. You don't have time for it. And not to mention, if kids come involved, who's going to pay for these kids? And who's going to pay for these antagonisms? Are you going to get a calendar and schedule your time with each person? I said, listen, these are rich people ideas. And this is the sad part. Who are writing these articles, right? Who are the journalists? Who are the professors? Who are the actual people in Hollywood? They all come from the same class. It's these people obsessing about themselves, writing about their lifestyles or what they think their lifestyles is, and then pushing it to the rest of society and then commodifying it, making it elite status and saying, this is what you should be like us, basically. Be like us, Gossip Girl. If you're not like us, if you're not rich, if you're not doing, these are things you should care about. And society, sadly, is falling for it hook, line, and sinker. They never think to themselves, like, why are you pursuing these things? Why do you care about a Birkin bag? Why do you care about these things? Why are you trying to follow these people? Because they told you that this is the standard. They actually created the standard themselves, which is very, very.
And let's add on to that. Yeah. So when we add race onto it, it becomes even more potent of a drug for Black women who are, quote unquote, the bottom of femininity and womanhood in the society. So they fall for this this even more so. And y'all go ahead.
Yeah, they do. But the thing is that, again, everyone's unaware of what's happening, right? They're unaware of this. They're unaware of the fact that to the upper class, this is like something for them to preserve their class and give opportunities to their class. While they do this, there's a concept called beggaring thy neighbor, where you actively do things to make your competition weaker. And this is a way of doing it too. If you get rid of the middle class and you push them more into the lower class, if you have the lower class completely confused, they can't worry about their interests. They can't worry about what actually benefits them. They can't worry about unionizing, even though personally I'm against it, but I understand why they promote it is to distract them from doing this. If you're in Amazon and you're working crazy hours,
need to change their value system then, or need to adopt a personal value system.
You're asking a group of people, and because I agree with you, Rogish, but you're asking a group of people that was socialized from birth that you are what you consume in your status, and then and especially for the Black community, I'm speaking about Black women in specific, and a group of women who feel like, and let's be honest, we're going to be honest and fair to them, who have had their femininity denied by the dominant society, not by us Black men, which should count, but they don't count it. And so they're looking to have their femininity validated by the dominant society, white men, so much that these products, these ideas, these things mean so much more. This symbol of, like Socrates is saying, of elitism matters so much more because they've been denied it in their mind for so long. So that's why you see Black women so loud about it, even louder than other groups of women. Go ahead.
And when you add race into it, let's particularly give it to black people. So with black people, this is why I'm very upset with like things like CRT. And people say, "Oh, why would you be upset with CRT? I thought you love analysis and thinking." I said, "Yes, but this is not what it is. Right? It's not what you think it is. It's a shell game. It's a shell game. CRT is about making you an activist. This is what pisses me off about the modern progressive left. The modern progressive left is not really interested in fixing the lower classes' problems. People say, yes, they are. No, they're not. They are interested in turning the lower classes into political pawns, into activists, into people who are out their minds, who are completely out their wits, who can't do anything for themselves. Like a gentleman before me said, a personal philosophy or personal value system. No, they don't want that for the lower class. That's for the upper class. Only the upper class can have personal values and have autonomy and have independent thought. If you are black, you need to think as the collectivist. You need to think in terms of the activist. Your only goal is to give white people or proxies power, and they will do things for you, and you will sit there and wait until things happen. And I'm like, I say, fuck you. I'm like, what? Fuck that. I said, no, absolutely not. I'm not listening to any of this. But if you don't do it, they code language you out of existence. They say, oh, you're racist. You're not pro-black. You're Uncle Tom. You believe in assimilation. You believe in trying to be white. You think, I'm like, what?
Meanwhile, they're the ones who believe in whiteness.
Absolutely. And I'm just a human being. I'm being a human being. I'm living. That's what I'm doing. I'm just living. I'm trying to figure out problems and trying to find solutions. And I'm trying to act on them. What the hell are you talking about? No. If you're not going to be for BLM or march, but I said, how effective is it? Fine. If you want to do those things, fine. What's the results? Oh, why are you worried about the results? It took time, this intersection, and all these buzzwords. I'm like, oh yeah, all these buzzwords, but look at the money. I don't care about the money. That's why I didn't focus on economics. I said, look at the money. BLM came. Who got paid? The people who ran it. Where did the money go? Into white neighborhoods with property. Where else did it went? Into jobs that don't do anything. Look at the money. Companies paid off. Got tax write-off. Look at the money. None of the actual victims or the actual people that you want to help benefited at all. Zero. So what are you talking about? Oh, some people got paid for their arrest. I said, that again, that's activism. So your activism, which was to help Biden into office, that's what you're used for as a political pawn. That's all your existence is. You have no identity outside of politics. Every 4 years, it matters. You matter every 4 years. But after that, what do you do with your life? What do you do with your free time? What are your hobbies? What are your interests? What is your purpose in life? You have no purpose except in every 4 years, you have to vote for something. That's so offensive to me and so like anti-human in a sense. It's anti-human because like, yo, you have no purpose outside of going to a voting booth and pressing a ballot button. That's the only purpose you have in existence. You have no dreams.
Well, your
you have
purpose
no
is
aspirations.
You're
Yes,
drone.
absolutely.
You're not supposed to be a participant of one. Remember, they all competition. Like you said, they changed it to the class status. Well, it was always a class status with them, but now they've been able to.
No, go to what you're saying, Rogan. I'm not even disagreeing with nothing you're saying. I'm adding on to what you're saying.
Behavioral economics. It's like, yo, that means that the marketization of how they create desires for motherfuckers to be attached to the market.
But here's the thing. Remember, we're talking about a society that claims to not have classes. To add on to what Black Socrates is saying, what makes America and this system so pernicious is that, remember, you're speaking about a society that claimed, number one, to not have classes, not to be a classist nation. Remember, these people keep about class warfare as if when they hear people like me speak or like Black Socrates speak, we're the ones engaging in class warfare, when really they are engaging in class warfare under a system that claims not to actually believe in classes and distinctions.
Billionaire talking about starving people out, but okay.
You see what I'm saying? So like, so that's what makes this even worse, is because Britain doesn't claim this, right? Other nations around the planet, particularly ones that have monarchies or that are dictatorial or any of that, they don't claim to not be class conscious nations. America claims to be a nation where you don't have these distinctions. It's not really class based, and yet they're engaging in heavy classism. What makes that so dangerous is the average person is asleep, right? When I was watching that said America now has less, and I've mentioned it multiple times, America has less class mobility than Britain does, and that speaks to something, right? That lets you know. But why is that so dangerous? Because America also claims not to be a classist nation. That's a problem. That's why these people have to engage in this activity the way they do, like what Black Socrates is saying. They have to pretend like they're open to these things when they're really not. right? So
their income depends on it. So and it's sad because again, I would like, and here's the dangerous part about it: that these conversations, they can't be had publicly. All right, I have friends of mine who are like, oh no, Socrates, why don't you publicly, go out there and just say these things? I said, listen, I'll get canceled quickly. I said, they're not playing games with you because it's really their survival. I know it sounds crazy. Like, what you mean? I said, oh, the upper classes, they're on the ropes too. Success has a pernicious situation, a decadence also, where the more you have of it, the more things become high stakes. And I know it sounds counterintuitive, but I'm sorry, historically is the way it is. So the more equality we have, the more wealth we have, the more stratified society will be, the more society will become somewhat of a zero-sum game. And why? Because equality.
Listen to what you just said. Wait, Black. Sorry. Listen to what you just said. The more equality we have, the more stratified society will be.
Correct.
As
I know it sounds crazy.
oxymoronic as it sounds, no, it makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense, really.
I'll break it down. Right. So let me break it down for you. Imagine we had a society that, because people talk about, because like I'm a unabashed, let everyone know, I'm an unabashed capitalist, individualist, libertarian. That's how I believe. Now I believe that out of like necessity. That's my position. I'm like, this is what I have to be. Like, what else could I be? I'm not delusional. That's why I see it. I just keep it real. I just do what the reality is. So here's the reality. Is the NBA fair?
No.
Why is the NBA not fair?
It's not supposed to.
It doesn't. Yeah, it's not supposed to be.
Okay, by definition, the NBA is fair, and this is how it's fair. Can anyone walk in and try out?
No.
Yes, they can.
Well, yeah, anybody can walk in and try. Well,
yes, anyone can walk in and try.
You would have to matriculate through the system, but I get what you're going through. I get what you're going.
If you have the talent, if you have the talent, you can make it to the NBA. There have been people who actually went through the reticulated tryouts things and became players, right? So it's possible. Same thing with track and field. If you can run, you can get on the team, right? It can happen. Now here's the issue, though.
But you have.
Here's the issue. Yes, here's the issue. Just because you can do something, does that mean that you will? What does that mean? Meaning that the talent to do so is limited, no matter how much access you have. So just because anyone have access to sneakers that can run or have access to a basketball and can shoot a basketball doesn't mean they'll ever be good enough to play in the NBA or run for an Olympic track and field team. So what does that what means? What do you see in the NBA? Oh, you see anyone has access to the NBA, but not only are the vast majority of people, even though they all have access to it, can't get in. The people who do get in are making more points and doing that much better and more better and whatever. Why? Because they have more access to training, they have more access to everything. The equality there is making the players even better. So let's say we have a society where everything is based on track and field. Everything's based on running. Meaning that if you're a fast runner, you get paid the most in society. The fastest you are, the more you get paid. Now, what would that do for society? If we equalize things, meaning that from the date of birth, everyone get equal access to training, everyone get equal access to nutrition, everything get equal access to personal training, to equipment, to a track and field coach, everything's equal. What will happen? I'll tell you what will happen. Someone like Usain Bolt will be even faster. He will have the gains of genetic ability already, and now he'll be able to harness it even better and get even faster. Then the next guy who's fastest will be the second fastest, etc. It will only make things more stratified. And I know people say, how? Why? I said, if you follow game theory, and if you actually apply it to video, anything you apply it to, this will happen. Equality will not breed the kind of things you want. Inequality or disparities is inherent. It will always exist, and the only time it doesn't exist is when you force it. You have to have an outside mechanism forcing.
Let me say this to what you're saying, because I'll even simpler than how you were saying it. The more we become equal, or the more we push for equality, the more the differences in classes and in income matter, because these are the signifiers of better than. So the more you have certain groups, and this is when you get to the real extreme. This is distinction without differences, by the way. This is when you get to the real extreme lefties that really want to flatten everything. And for those people, what I think they don't fully appreciate, because I'm not going to say they don't understand it, they don't fully appreciate, the more you push for people to quote unquote be equal, the more that those little tiny minute differences matter.
Correct.
We're working on the place, because what I was listening to you speak, Black Socrates, what I was thinking of is like getting to the place where everyone can afford the same everything, and so now the different pendant you have on matters.
No.
Is your pendant blue? Is your pendant green? right?
Hypothetically speaking, if everyone can afford a ZX, right? If everyone can afford that, everyone now is going to want a S5. If everyone can afford an S5, everybody's going to want a Maserati. If everyone's going to get a Maserati, everyone's going to want a Lamborghini. Everyone get a Lamborghini, and it's going to keep happening. I'm like, listen, the reason the upper class are the upper class is because they don't want to be the middle class. And people say, what you mean by that? I said, listen, what you're seeing is preferences. You're seeing preferences in real time or priorities. A person who's willing to, like a Wall Streeter, which I know, who's willing to work 120 hours a week, do cocaine, do amphetamines and all kind of drugs to stay awake, to try to make an extra $1 million, and then so he can live at a certain lifestyle and do a certain thing, and he's willing to kill himself to do so. His likelihood of doing so is higher than the more sober-minded person who's like, it's not that serious. Yeah, I agree. But to that person, it is, right? He's willing to do whatever it takes.
He's risking,
Yeah, he's willing to risk his health, his relationships, his wife's probably cheating on him. He don't care. He's still going to do it because this is what he wants. And my question to society is, how do you stop people like that from getting more in society? They actually want more.
You can't.
They literally want more.
You can't.
Right?
You can't. And the more you try to flatten the game, the more that person attempts to distinguish themselves from the rest.
Basically. So if everyone has a McMansion,
he wants a couple of cons here and there. You're gonna have some people who want the world, cause that is actually organic. That ain't an evil thing. It's about how you go about getting that motherfucker.
Sure. I mean, I think that the way we try to come to terms with it is harnessing it, right? That's the idea of capitalism, right? We harness these people psychopathic greed so that they produce something of value to society while they're doing this, because they're going to do it. And that's the thing, is like North Korea. Why is North Korea? People think that North Korea is ran by Kim Jong-un. I said, no, it's not. It's ran by an upper class of people who allow Kim Jong-un to be the figurehead. But it's really by an upper class of people who are living great lives at the expense of the rest of society. Now, my fear is always, when you talk about socialism, this is what you're going to get. You're not going to get rid of rich people. The rich people just change. No. It's going to be bureaucratic rich people instead of capitalist rich people, and it's going to be bureaucratic rich people who sit there living lavish and with orgies with Swedish bikini models, while the rest of society are being told about egalitarianism.
You're describing what we have now.
Yes, the difference is, yeah, I agree. The difference now is that you at least for the time being, and it's of course it's definitely changing. You can say certain things. You have more freedoms. You have more, not much. You have a little bit more freedom.
And even the distinction, and I didn't say difference. The distinction between the capitalist class and the bureaucracy class. I mean, Epstein's list had both names.
Oh, because they're the same. That's the thing. That's the thing. They're the same. They're the same. Like there's no distinction between the bureaucratic class and the capitalist class. That's why I'm looking at this. That's why I'm a libertarian. I'm like, y'all both full of shit. I don't trust the university system. And I don't trust Wall Street. Y'all both in on it. Don't lie to me. Yeah, I did the numbers. I look at the names. What's his name will go? Lawrence Ellison, Lawrence Summers will be CEO of Goldman Sachs. Then he'll become Harvard president. Then he'll go back to becoming this. This guy, Geithner goes to Goldman Sachs, and Geithner goes to the Treasury Department. I'm like, you guys are you're all in on it. Stop it. Lies. Your child will work here, then he'll work there. I saw it. They don't give resumes. These people don't get their jobs based on applications. They get jobs based on networking and references. 70% of their jobs are through that.
This is a fact.
They're trying to sustain themselves. And the lie is that by trying to sustain themselves, they cast the wool over the rest of society's eyes. So society will start asking questions. Because society starts to ask questions.
The need for the behavioral economics, though. That brings the need for that, because there has to be a desire for those in those lower classes who really understand that gap to have to desire where the upper class is.
This is all an attempt to stop a French-style revolution.
Correct.
Everything Black Socrates said, that's all that this is. This is a fear of the masses. This is even why you have a electoral college. All of this is a fear of the masses. We do not trust you with your own behavior, your own thoughts, and your own feelings. So we will propagandize you to death with meritocracy and America not having class distinctions and differences, and all of these things that keep the person in hopefulville, that like Rogish was asking earlier, hopium and hopeville, and hoping and praying and wishing that you produce the next NFL star that gets you out the hood, basketball star that gets you out the hood, entrepreneur, or any one of these experts in STEM that gets you out the hood, or you yourself, you come upon some type of invention that gets you out of the struggle. I guess if you're not black, you're white. That gets you out of the trailer park or your lower middle class ass life. Right, so yeah, it really is that. Let me read this real quick from Leon, and Leon says, "But black men have been denied white women." Oh God, oh Lord, the brainwashing that the upper class, I think you meant uppercut classes give is amazing. Black pill. No, yeah, no, yeah,
that's trichology. That's
yeah, it
trichology.
is trichology. It is trichology.
Let me say the future.
Real quick, Black Sorry, let's let Line go real quick, and then we'll have you back. Go ahead, Line.
Where is my Becky? Leon's right. Where is my Becky? Where is my Megan? Where is she?
Hey, Line don't give me no. You give me no signs that you are into white women in particular. So
actually, I've dated white women. I have no problem with white women.
Yeah, you know, I'm surprised because you don't give me no sign that you into white girls.
Sir, I have been around.
Right.
Go
ahead, Black Song.
Here's the future. So here's the future. The upper class.
I gotta take away your black card though. You'll be a black man today.
They ruined the culture. They ruined the society. They ruined the people. I think there's something very pernicious about American culture that makes people just insane. Just makes them crazy. And I think it's by design.
I agree with this. I agree.
So they want migrants. Both sides, yes. Republicans and Democrats, both want migrants, right? Yes. Migrants are the answer. Their answer is migrants. They want a new people who have not been affected by their own policies to come to America, who come from a situation that's so unstable and dysfunctional that the stability that America offers and the little bit of mobility that it offers in comparison to where they're from, they will take advantage of and etc. And they won't ask questions. Because the whole goal, again, is to not ask questions. Why are the wages so low? Why are they not moving? Where's the money going? Why is Israel number one in USAID and government, foreign aid? Why is it number one? Why has it got the most out of any country and the globe? Why? Like, they don't want you to ask those questions. So
stop talking about America's white outpost in the Middle East. Go ahead.
Just don't ask questions. And the problem is people been asking questions. Black men are asking questions. Some white people are asking questions. And now they're asking questions. So now we gotta get rid of them. So now they want migrants to come because migrants can't ask questions because they don't speak English. So how can you ask questions, right? So get the migrants to come in, have them replace native-born Americans, both black and white.
Yeah, but that only lasts about a generation or two. Because the Latinos, by the time you have the whether the woman comes over here, okay, let's say she made it across the border with no children. By the time she has kids, if her kid, it might not even be a second generation. Her kids might be on some America, what the hell, these black and white folks is right. But definitely by the time she has grandkids, it's a wrap. It's done. It's done.
Well, so you need to understand that their time period, and this is why I can't stand, and this is why I don't even believe in democracy, really. I don't even believe in it anymore, especially how it's manifested in America. Because everyone's thinking about a timetable, like 4 years or quarterly or annually. They don't think
pause right there, Black Sucker. I gotta cut you off again. Rogish, what did I just say yesterday about our quarterly understanding of what did I just say?
Exactly, right?
Black Sucker just said it. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. If you're thinking those terms, like you said, Mr. Z, you said that it won't work after 2 generations. They're not thinking 2 generations down the line. They're thinking next. Oh, they literally look at what happened in the last 4 years. They literally think Trump is gone. Next election. That's all they're thinking about. I'm like, bro, what happened after the election? They have no thought after the election. I'm like, you people are insane. You don't care about anything long term.
They're thinking exactly what this.
After you, Rogish, AB.
Okay, they're thinking exactly how the system wants them to think when it comes to consumerism. This is why I asked the question: can money evolve, and if so, into what? Because if everything in society, if this is the marketization of reality, I can understand a market. I can understand
I agree with that.
Participating in a market, connected to all the essential goods and services. Look, the way that this bitch is operating, this feels like a barcode is being attached to life. That's different.
When you ask, and I'm going to pose this question, I want you to answer it after AB go, because this is something for all of us to think. When you say does money evolve, it sounds like you actually have an answer to that, and I want to know what the answer to that is. But hold on to that for a second. AB, go ahead.
So, Mr. Z, why are you trying to ruin the Democrat, Republican, and Republicans' plan? They're supposed to be our replacements. Oh wait,
Look,
they're supposed to be our replacements. Don't you get
you
it?
are going, and better you spoke to this the other day when he was speaking about white aspirationalism, white working class aspirationalism, to be in the same spaces that they white upper class kin are in, right? So the Democrats
Even that's
understand this,
wearing
right?
off. Finally.
But here's the thing: the Democrats understand this. They're acting like they don't. Immigrants, particularly Latino immigrants, in their white aspirationalism. And so you're bringing in people thinking that they are going to be forever in your service because you're the party that really brought them in, even though the Republicans are playing the same game, but they're being quiet and pretending like they're not. You think that these people will forever be in your debt. Yeah, but no. So usually the way it's breaking. Wait, go ahead.
It'll never happen because they're too conservative.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So maybe you have the first gen come in and they're on that. But the way it's looking like is that second and third generation are breaking like 55-45. And if you're super lucky, 60-40 split. But usually it looks like it's 55-45 split. That's not really a good metric for a group of people that you turned a blind eye to coming into this nation, or if and that's at best case scenario. Worst case scenario, you actually incentivize them to come into the nation illegally, right?
Hey,
that's cutting way too close. That's cutting way too fucking close. But go ahead.
It doesn't matter. They don't care as long as they get them in jail.
Wait a minute. Let me get in. Part of the problem is, see, they think the Latinos are going to do what black people do with the Democrat Party. And
yes,
it's just not going to happen. You're not going to get Latinos. They're too. You have to understand their culture. You're not going to get the Latinos to vote you at an 80 to 90% mark.
Nope.
You're barely getting black people to do it now. And the only reason you're getting black people to do it is because, well, we're a created class. It is what it is.
Let me say, and so this is what I think is going to happen, right? I don't think these other non-black folks are going to be voting Republican for too long either. I think what we're going to have are more and more people not voting. I think we're going to have more and more people because the largest demographic of voters are non-voters at 40%. Yeah. So I think that's going to continue.
I see another.
Wait, say that again?
There might be.
I don't know if they're going to give. I don't know if they're going to allow for a third party. You know what? Let's table that because I think you might have a point there, but I think what we're going to have is more and more people.
I hear what you're saying. They're going to do everything in their power to stop it, but
yes,
I think that ship is sailed now. There's going to be a third party. There's going to be a rise of a third party, whether they like it or not.
Yeah, and so this is. I can see that. Let me actually say that. I will concede that, and I can see that. There we go. I also think that the biggest fear is more and more people being disillusioned, right? And more people throwing their hands up and saying to hell with it all. That should be at least the bigger fear for both political parties, because that means that people are no longer invested, and more importantly, they no longer even have the hope. I didn't say faith.
By the way,
right? So yeah.
I'm starting to see older people feel like that. You know, the base that usually vote, they
oh man.
I'm starting to see older people like that. I've had a couple of them like, you know what, fuck it.
Yeah.
Let whoever win. I don't care anymore. I've been voting for 30 years. What you gonna say to me?
That is a major problem, because what that means is your youth don't have the hope, right? They're pretty talk about nihilistic, and then your elderly and your established older folks, they are also feeling a bit nihilistic because of their children's future.
Yeah, but not only that, I know people love to bash on boomers, but a lot of people don't understand. There are a number of boomers who are working poor right now. Their retirement is not.
That's enough. A fact. That's a fact.
Their retirement is not nothing. You think that's not going to show up at the voting block? Okay.
In other words, these people's retirement, what retirement will look like for them is not like what retirement looked like for our grandparents. What retirement will look like for many of our parents, for those of us that are millennials, our boomer parents, is 20 hours a week at least part-time somewhere. So they will be getting Social Security possibly, but they will also be working at least 20 some odd hours a week to make ends meet. God forbid those health concerns start biting them in the ass.
Yep.
Not only that, but I think you also have to factor in that those that are somewhat stable, like how many, the proverbial kid in the basement, like
our 32-year-old cousins and some of us older and younger brothers that are still in the basement. Yeah. Okay.
Like it's a thing, and then you have to keep in mind that the trickle down effect of that. Think about that mom and dad who had their shit together. They sent their son to school and he can't seem to catch a break. Like he's working at Walmart or whatnot, and he's been in the house, and it's like, oh, he's going through a rough patch. That rough patch turned into 15 years. Now he's like 35, 40. Hey, we only had one. Your sister on this super feminist shit where she like girls. You motherfucker, carry on my goddamn name.
One of the reasons why they're going after TikTok is because a lot of the recruiters that recruit people for the high tech jobs, are still in the beans. Talking about most of those postings are bullshit.
So it's
a lot of the beans are being spilled, and they try they're trying to on the Gaza Strip, you know.
You broke up a little bit, AB. You broke up a little bit. Say that one more again. One more.
Well, that they're trying to hide what's going on in the Gaza Strip, but you know.
Yeah, well, that true. But remember what? So the reason why I covered the clip from Anna Kasparian from TYT speaking about these women giving women horrible advice on TikTok, it's going to somewhat to what you're saying. So these people do this society. Forget what black men are saying for a second. Unfortunately, the society is used to doing that.
Yeah,
and that includes the black manosphere.
Get over it.
Yeah, exactly right. So the issue that these people are having, they don't. But the issue that they're having also is that the ladies are also incentivizing other women to not have children, to not get married, and just to go after the bag. That actually hurts your society, your tax base, your future, everything, your population, your tax base, your potential military in the future. All of that is affected by a bunch of a-hole, small-minded, myopic ass women who are throwing a temper tantrum about who is not paying for them in their way through life. Right? So let me read this real quick before we continue. And y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. And KMS says, Rogish, that was the most eloquent and definitive explanation of "she belonged to the streets" I've ever heard. Bruh, I'm telling you, hyper-consumerism has literally turned these black women into Blade Runners. I've seen things you wouldn't believe. So I'm saying it like with Rogish, the way Rogish described it is perfect. It is It is she belongs to the streets in a very eloquent way, but it's not just saying it as an insult. Oh, she a hoe or whatever. No. Literally, you are not for family. You do not want to have children. You probably have a horrible relationship with whatever female sibling and with your mother. You literally belong to the streets. You have no real familial situation. You don't have a man. You belong to the streets.
If the United States was a nation that had already established prostitution as, a lawful institution like everything else, cigarettes and, liquor and all that, we wouldn't even have these problems. It'd be, some hellified hoe houses. But
let's just be. See, don't talk about Young Miami like that.
I mean, like for young Miami. And if the story is true, and I'm tying that to the topic at hand, if the story is true, and he's going right to what Rogish just said too. If the story is true, if prostitution was legal, if being a streetwalker was legal, first of all, madams would be some of the wealthiest people in America, especially in America, right? Madams would be some of the wealthiest people. You imagine a madam with 100 women under her belt?
Yeah, but here's
you
the thing.
Imagine how well off she would be?
But marriage would have, well, here's the thing. Marriage would officially become a class thing.
Correct. It would, but here's the thing. Marriage would be even more precious to women.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why they won't do it. That's why they won't allow prostitution.
But you have to sell that. But here's the problem. But then the shit happens in reverse, because now you really have to sell marriage to men.
Yes.
Now you really have to sell it.
Facts.
Yes. If they allow prostitution, there would really be no incentive for men to marry, and that would actually hurt women.
Men
That's right. So
no incentive to marry. Men will have literally
what they're doing now? What? So I mean,
why not? No. Who want to hold like that though?
Say again.
Who won't holds more than a chick or some chicks who will actually get down with a righteous family development program, man? Wait a minute.
So the thing is that society is already full of these hoes, right? So society is already a whorish, non-monogamous society. So the question is, what do you do with whorish, non-monogamous women who belong to the streets? You put them on the street. So you put them on the street. So my thing is that what's happening, they would not allow for prostitution because women are still a significant voting bloc, and they would vote against prostitution. What they will allow, though, is decriminalization of prostitution, but still make prostitution illegal for men, which is what they do in New York City. So in New York City, in Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Queens, it's legal for women to sell sex, but it's still illegal for men to buy. How does that make sense? Yeah. I don't know how that makes sense.
That allows them to arrest you, but not her.
Yeah,
that's what that is.
No. I said it, but how does that make sense? How's that? Equal protection clause? Anyone heard of equal protection clause? Anyone heard of? I thought this thing called equal rule under the law, like rule of law.
No representation no taxation without representation type shit. Although that's what they're engaging in right now, and I don't understand why men don't get it, especially when you consider that we're probably, and I'm almost certain of it, we're contributing to the tax base more, and we take less out.
Yes, that's correct.
Right. And yet, I don't know why we don't make a legal claim, no taxation without representation on this.
I don't know either. Like, that's a good question. Why don't men do that? I don't know why men. I think men are asleep at the wheel. I'm not sure exactly why. I don't know. Does anyone have any answers?
I don't think all men are asleep at the wheel. I think they just let it rock.
I see where AB is going with this. It's our indifference is because I was listening to a clip speaking about men in New York watching women get harassed and just surfing on their phone or recording it at most, right? And it is our indifference is our retaliation for the current environment. Yeah, if we can't harm you, we can't say certain things, we can't behave a certain way, fine, we will become indifferent. And this is where that Jude, whatever the hell lady I covered the other day, this is where real quick, AB, this is where the lady from the World Economic Forum I covered the other day, shout out to BGS for that. This is where she comes in, where it's like, no, man, you will not be allowed to be indifferent. You still have to render aid. We don't care if you get in the vagina. We don't care if you're attached to women. We don't care if you have children. You still have to be, once again, patriarchy under feminist specifications, benevolent patriarchy. You still have to engage with us in a way that is beneficial for us as women.
No.
Absolutely not.
Process. I'm like when you just said what you just said, I just thought of like the process of like married women like lending their husband's help.
Oh yeah.
Why don't you get your own?
Yeah, what's her name? Cheryl Shepard thing that she proposed. The Shirley or Sharon Shepard. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah.
Go
ahead, AB. Let's let AB go and then whoever want to go. Go ahead.
Yeah, see, things are so bad now. These heifers won't even let you rescue them. I just heard this case about a dude may get charged with SA because he rescued a chick from drowning, and he didn't.
All right, then I would walk up the second she says something, push her off, died in.
No. What happened in New York City? Are we forgetting that Jordan Neely decided to try to be a good Samaritan and help, and now he's facing charges? So, like, I'm not in New York City right now, but if I was in New York City, I'm not helping nobody. Because there's a good chance that I could be prosecuted for helping someone. So why would I help anyone? Let's say a crazy person who happens to be wearing a wig and a dress decides to wig out, and I restrain them, and they get hurt. Now I can get accused of a hate crime. Like no. Like this is I'm like this is why I say men are asleep at the wheel, because even their indifference, I don't think it's gonna work. They will probably try to keep on.
This is the one thing I disagree with you on, Secretary. I think it is. I think there's a serious fear in people watching young men in particular. We're talking about the under 30-year-olds, the under 40-year-olds, but really the under 30-year-olds. I think there is a real fear. These people watching young men say, to hell with all of it. I don't want to date your daughters. I don't even care about sex that much. I'll jack off and use lotion, right? I just want my video game system, and I want to live a minimalist life. As long as I can sustain myself, that's all that matters.
And yes, my question, I agree with that, but you don't think there's going to be a reaction to that? You don't think they're going to try to take away
I think the reaction is happening now.
The reaction.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you what they're doing. Whether they're trying to take away your video games, they have these companies who try to make video games less desirable for men by making the women in the games ugly, by making the games less interesting. They're taking porn. I didn't say it's gonna. I said this is what they're doing, right? So porn is not being age restricted, which is a way of monitoring.
Yeah.
So they are trying to. But my thing is that men are gonna have to do what they always have done. You cannot run forever. You have to confront it. I know it's not desirable. I know it's a pain in the ass. Cannot run forever. Because I was talking to friends who passport bros, right? And shout out to them. You know, I do agree that all black men should travel, but as a solution to the problem,
that's not a solution. It's not a solution.
And this is why. As an American citizen, unless you revoke your citizenship, you know, you relinquish it. If you have a child, that child is still an American. Yeah. And she can still bring you to court in America, even if she's overseas, right? She can go to an embassy or a consulate, say that your child is an American citizen, and actually bring you to court at an American family court, even if she's overseas. So it's like, yes, you escaped the women here, but you didn't escape the American court system, which is pro-women. Just understand that. So at the end of the day, men are going to have to confront. They have to, yes.
Mm-hmm. That confrontation comes with a sacrifice.
It is about the men being.
I get it. I get that.
Let's do this. Roguish and then better you. Go ahead.
Right. That confrontation. Let me ask you your first question. Even you was asking about the money involved in the same thing. The reason why I asked is because I don't know nothing about money. Been learning it. Never really respected it as a youngster. Because I saw what it did to people. So I was always more people minded, people oriented, especially when you're in a place where you don't got a lot of peace, you don't got a lot of social harmony, not a lot. You cherish what little that you got, and then you see when it comes to the whole thing with money, what it is that people purchase money on, what it is that they value over people, and then now you gotta take a look at this market, you take a look at the system, you take a look at these things, these items. What does it mean for people to have them? Do any of y'all remember when black people first started keeping their price tags on their clothing?
Oh, when was that? Was that like early 90s, late 80s type thing?
Early 90s, right?
Yeah.
Like early 90s. And it was weird to see it because you never saw nobody do it. But then you realize, what the response was to everybody around them. Oh, man, that cost $200? Wow, $200. Like $200 is a lot of money, but it's a lot of money to po folk. Yes. All that to show that, like Kanye said, to make
I have some value in a society that says I am valueless, especially being poor, black, and male, poor, black, and man. I have some type of value because if I can afford this, so clearly.
Exactly. So you can't treat me any lesser. It's the same thing as like with the pro-black sector. Is when you first start learning, knowledge yourself, and they say knowledge yourself, but then you start telling people. Because people tend to use it as a defense mechanism. Well, you can't treat us like this because in our history we did this. Well, that doesn't matter. You're still not going for your own self-worth until yourself for the sake of self, and presenting that as an element of participating within this market as of a system. Through I guess a defaulted consumerism. All that to say this: if everything, especially in 2024, is becoming some form of a store, You have people making themselves into a form of a store. Whatever time that they've saved, or technology is created so that it's supposed to be a convenience. Well, what is the greatest convenience that is always purported for any presentation of technology? Oh, it'll save you time. Okay, to do what with that time? To use that time to try to make more money. Everybody got 1, 2, 3 jobs or whatever, side job, side hustle. All that has become a way of life now. And what does that make money? I understand they say it's a form of exchange in its historical past and the definition back then.
Mm-hmm.
What does that evolve money into if everything becomes a store? If everything is marketized, if a commodification of reality occurs, money is no longer just a mere form of exchange.
Money becomes your lifeblood.
No,
money is the lifeblood. Go ahead.
I haven't answered your question because there was a study, behavioral economics again. So there was a study, right, that they actually correlated the amount of money to certain things in your life. For instance, like how much is marriage, right? So they say technically having a good marriage, having a close friend that you see regularly face to face, and going to church is equal to having $500,000 in terms of how it makes you feel. I know it sounds crazy, right? And I believe it's absolutely true, right? Based on the psychology, cognitive research, what we chase certain desires. We chase money to procure certain desires and feelings. But the thing is that we don't necessarily need the money to have those desires and feelings. What do we really want? We want, ideally, peace, community, purpose, validation, and love and acceptance. We can. The Amish has that, right? And that's why I find it fascinating when I think about the Amish, because the Amish are doing way better than most Americans, and yet they have none of our technology, but they're doing way better. Meaning that their life expectancy, amount of poverty, there's zero poverty in Amish country, zero, right? Their happiness, all of it's doing better than the average American, even though the average American has access to all the technology. And it's like we have everything we want, but nothing that we need, right? We have all these desires that we can fulfill, but the four fundamental core of what we are as human beings, we cannot meet. And that's what is a shamrock society. That we just want a family, we want friends, we want a neighbor. We want to live like people lived in the 1970s, like have a bowling league, have friends that we go see, have kids, have a nice neighborhood where they can play, and that's about it. We don't want that much. And yet we can't have that because of isms.
But my desire to be better than you.
I don't know how real that is.
I need to feel
why. Go. I got you. So it happens in steps, right? So which happens first, right? I call it in our order for neo-Marxism, as it is instituted today, to take root. There's steps that have to be taken according to the critical theory of Frankfurt School of Socialism, Marxism, right? So the first thing that has to happen is they have to what's called deculturalization. They have to strip you of your identity, strip you of your traditions, strip you of your religion, strip you of your purpose, and then substitute it with something. So this thing that people care about in terms of, because think about it, humans have been around the planet for thousands of years, millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years, whatever. Why is it only now there's obsession with status? Because it's been fed to you as a replacement for religion and family. Right? You don't have religion and family anymore.
I would have said faith and family, but I get what you're saying. Yeah. No, yeah. You're right. You're right. Yeah, faith in something larger in family.
Correct. No, yeah. When I say religion, I don't mean actual formalized. I mean faith. That's what I mean. I mean something, an ideal, something you aspire towards, something you look forward to, right? Something that is beyond you. That's what I mean by faith, right? Or religion. I mean that's what I mean by religion. They take that away, so you have nothing beyond you anymore. You don't have any family, so nothing to decompress and have a purpose for why you're working, giving to things, and a sense of being, a sense of legacy, all these things that come along with family. Also a de-stressor, that's taken away. And what's replaced it with? Status and consumerism. And that's why people are so obsessed with status and consumerism. It's their religion. It's their new faith. That's why. Everything now is external to you. Before it was internal. That's what Marxism does. They actually want you to not have an internal life. They don't want you to have. They don't want you to be a private person. Literally,
wait a minute.
Want you to be a private person. They don't want you to be an individual.
Here's the thing, Socrates.
Go ahead.
I think you just only focused on Marxism. I think that is the disgusting bedfellow between the capitalists and the Marxists is that they both benefit from you not having an internal intrinsic value in yourself. It benefits both the Marxists for their quote unquote, and I'm doing this on purpose, quote unquote community mindset, but it also benefits the capitalists because if you have an internal worth, would you really be buying the $400 shoes?
So
right,
and that's what y'all are talking about. I want to just preface with like what y'all are saying this.
Yeah.
Like Mr. Z, you do know like both feminism, Marxism, and liberalism is all part of the satanic tree, right?
I know, but I don't know. Like he said, the satanic tree, liberalism, feminism, and what was the other one?
Marxism.
Yeah.
Okay.
A part of it, yeah.
Satanic.
Like go on. If you look up like the New World Order or like the 10-point plan to destroy Christianity, all this stuff has happened. Or like organized religion in general, or just even just faith-based living, all this stuff has happened. Like one of the points is like debase art, make it run mad. Modern music industry, anybody?
Modern
economy, anybody? Like come on. All this stuff is like very predictable.
I think I know what he's saying, and I don't want to get into it because they have to go into esoteric things, right? Which is I'm interested in it, but I don't think most people necessarily care for these arcane concepts. But there is some to what he's saying. A lot of pioneering thinkers within the 21st century has very much been into the occult, and it's very surprising to what extent.
The start of everything over here in the United States comes from occultists over here. You got to remember the United States of America. All right, they killed off as many people as they could, and then took the identity and the culture. Whether it's occultish or not, it definitely has to be one of the most anti-human acts to ever to be performed. And no matter what culture is connected to, no matter what religion, whatever land base, whatever it means to be a person, the way that this thing operates, it removes that from people to merely participate more in this illusionist lifestyle. But the lifestyle becomes something that you got to offer over. As Z said, you have to offer over or sacrifice your intrinsic worth to participate as a consumer in this bitch. If you really want to make it up the ranks, it costs you.
There is a sacrifice equivalent. So when I bring up equivalent exchange, I'm not just referring to black men, black women in relationships. I'm referring to everything pretty much that you see in this society. There is a sacrifice. So if it's not going to be financial, it's going to be time. If it's not going to be time, it's going to be energy. You are going to sacrifice something for the things you want. And shout out to Jason Black for actually saying it. Women, if you want everything, it's going to cost you everything. Right? So like that, this is where we are now, and we're watching people either don't realize this, sad, or realize it and then throw a goddamn temper tantrum. This is what it is.
Because the problem is what they're running into to what Jason Black was saying is that the women are throwing the temper tantrum because when you put it that way, they offer nothing.
Yes.
I want to answer Mr. Z about my critique on Marxism versus capitalism. Now, the reason I bring up Marxism is because Marxism is the medium, and I think capitalism is like the engine or the mechanism. And the thing about capitalism is that capitalists are going to sell you whatever you're buying or you're willing to buy, right? So a capitalist is like an exploiter. He's going to exploit any opportunity that's available. So the thing about capitalism is that, yes, capitalism will use Marxism. Capitalism will use religion. Capitalism will use anything. As long as you're willing to buy, capitalism is willing to sell. That's the nature of it. But the thing is, what determines what are you willing to buy? That's the question, right?
So that's what I was going to.
Remember, I wanted to go into that Amish. Remember, that's why I brought Amish. Amish live in America, right? Amish live in America. Amish live in this capitalist quote unquote system, but they're not buying.
because I wanted to add something to what you're saying.
They hold on an integrity to their values.
Wait, it's because their desires aren't manipulated. Also,
there you go.
So that's what I'm. So you are right about capitalists will sell you whatever your desires are. They will exploit that and they will sell it to you until you blow up, right? Which is true, but so the issue with both the Marxist understanding of capitalism is that Marx wasn't here in quote unquote late stage capitalism, which is a distinction without a difference, but it's not really appreciating how capitalism looks after a couple centuries and how these people have perfected creating the desire to then sell you.
Yeah, hold on. So what's called consumer dependency. So the term John Gillibrand.
Mm-hmm.
So the whole argument in the 1970s was: do commercials create desires or do they reflect them? Right. That's a whole debate. Right. And
I think that's a both end. I don't think that's a because the people that created were born and raised in the same society as you. So we all know we need air. If I start taxing you for breathing, how am I blaming you for that? You see what I'm saying? We all live in this society. We all know the things that we want, we desire. If I make it more difficult for you to get there and then tax you on the way there, that's not necessarily your fault.
I'm not assigning blame. Okay. Assigning blame is a waste of time, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying that the question is, where does the flow happen, right? Does it?
Yes.
Create our desires, or do we have our desires because we've been socialized or indoctrinated to have our desires, or is there some type of innate? And here's a tricky part. And this is why I always Marxism will always fail, right? Marxism will always fail from my perspective, and based on my understanding of history, it's because humans aren't a blank slate, as John Locke, Rossi discussed. They're not blank slates. In fact, evolutionary psychology has proven this. Actually, that, for prime example, toy tests. Right? If you give kids toys, the toys that boys play with versus girls is completely different. Even if you control for culture, even if you control for whether they live in civilization or not, even if you control for different species, right? Monkeys.
People aren't a blank slate, even when you don't count epigenetics. If you count epigenetics, then you really realize that people aren't a blank slate. Yeah, you're right.
Yes.
You're right.
So my issue with Marxism is that it presupposes a blank slate idea that humans can be moldable, humans can be propagandized and changed into becoming collectivists or not caring about that. And I'm like, this is where we disagree. I think that humans have innate drives that need to be harnessed and need to be properly, contained for them to be pro-social and decent people. And if not, they can become very toxic and malignant.
But to do such, would that turn them into a quality consumer? The thing is, if you produce the natural gifts, because everybody got one, like you said, and we're not a blank slate. Everybody has some type of skill or talent that they are somewhat seemingly adept at, where they receive no instruction. And if people see you performing that, it's different from from other people I see doing. All right, well, all we have to do is actually exacerbate such within us, develop that, and then you get a full rounding of a person. They get a full understanding of themselves from within, and presenting that to a society to where they're already seeking to add on to it, to add value to it. You know what I'm saying? Through an innate value of themselves. Well, if you're wrestling values against values, you can't bring that natural intrinsic value into this system. Just like the Amish, you brought up the Amish. Look, they know how to hold on to their value. Their integrity is their.
They never engage with the market.
They never engage with the market.
Now we're talking about the marketplace of ideas. Give me a second, Black Socrates. Yeah, we're speaking about the marketplace of ideas. And what I would argue is the idea that whoever wins the marketplace of ideas battle, that's the direction we go with. I don't actually buy into that. I'm not saying that you're not correct. If you are the one with the better more charisma, you make better arguments, you are the smarter one, and your ideas are actually the ones that are actually better. Here's the thing: power.
Right.
So I'm going to exactly to what you just said, Rogish. Power.
Yes.
We just now saying, wait a minute, was Nikola Tesla more right than Edison? We're just now saying that. Why? Because of power.
Right. Right. Because
You see
of
what I'm saying?
what power has been made to me, and what power has been defined unto the people. Like the people goes off of the Marcus perspective of what power is, as opposed to understanding that there is innate power, period, that we're supposed to be connecting to. Like power acquisition, power development. It is not just up to the so-called elite.
And so tied to what you were saying earlier,
yeah,
for the elite, do you have, and this is going to exactly what Black Socrates was speaking also, for the elite, do you have an intrinsic value, or are you just a battery?
And that's what I'm saying. So I believe they're trying to make people into batteries, right? And I believe the method by they do so is a concept called deculturalization.
I think they already see you as batteries. I don't even think it's trying to make you. Yeah, but I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah, I definitely believe they see you as batteries, but they try to also get us to identify with being batteries, right?
Yes.
To identify with it, because it's a concept of psychology called identification, right? I tell my friends all the time, right, that who you are is
Black Socrates. I gotta cut you off again. I'm being so rude. Sure. But here's the thing, Rogish. When I keep on reciting what Homegirl said on Daily Wrap Up Crew, provide, protect, and shut up. Is she not telling you you're a battery?
That's
yes,
it.
Absolutely.
You're there only as a harness, nigga. That's
you see what I'm saying? Correct. Like she's saying battery. That women are they don't realize it. This one I actually don't mean to be offensive to women. They don't realize what they saying when they say it.
No, they don't. They don't, because they're only thinking about their appetite. They're only thinking about all that outside value. That they're, again, it's their sustenance. And this is why I asked the question: Did the white women, or did feminism repurpose? Did white women repurpose hoe through feminism? And if that was the case, then what of the old social properties of hoe? Then did they just die out, or is it that they've been ignored, but yet the properties of those values still operate as traditionally as they did? And that's what you see with things when you see that same deterioration that would have occurred with a hoe in 1974, cuz.
Yeah.
Just because they future hoes, they think that, okay, we didn't tap the gene that doesn't make us spend ourselves the way that they spent themselves in the past.
Everybody
Bitch,
has to spend themselves.
This is the game.
Yeah.
This is the game.
Everyone
the game
has to spend themselves. Yeah. Well. Once again, if you're in the game and you are demanding that other people play their role in the game, then guess what that means for you in the game?
Yep. You got a role to play, and
you got a role to play, and you are going to spin yourself.
Yep.
That's when Jason Black said, "If you want everything, it's going to cost you everything."
Yeah. But I also think Jason Black. I listen to him too, and I think he's flawed in one respect. I think it's a neoliberalistic notion that, I don't know, like wealth is infinite, or spots at the top 20% are innumerable. And I don't.
You ain't sounding like a good capitalist right now, Socrates. This is uncharacteristic. This doesn't sound like a libertarian right now, Black Socrates. You're putting your big toe too far on the left. You putting your big toe too far on the left over here. I see your big toe.
I never said that leftists don't have a point. My position with leftists is that I think they take their point too far, but they do have a point. I read both sides. So my thing is that I think I'm a libertarian is I think Republicans and Democrats, from my perspective, are two sides of the same coin. One side, their solution to society is that more people need to be. We need to get people to the 20%. Actually. They both believe.
I don't even understand how that would work, but that's whatever.
Liberals believe through affirmative action and through redistribution, we can bring more people to the top 20%. And right-wing people believe through bootstrapperism and through aspirationalism and working hard and family values, more people get to 20%. But I'm sitting here saying 20% can only be 20%. What are you talking about?
Thank you.
20% will only be 20%. You can't make 20% more than 20%. Have you people ever studied systems? What are you talking about?
I don't think these people understand math. And this is coming from a Haitian that's not good at math. I know the sacrilege, but right. So like, yeah, the 20% can only be 20%, regardless. When you make the 20%, when you make the 100% 20%, then it just becomes the 100% again.
Yeah, I know.
So they sit there. Go ahead.
So when there's been a few surveys that I've seen when going through my undergrad, where people are surveyed in terms of their personal wealth and where they think they fall in regards to American income strata. The majority of each of those polls all showed that more than half of Americans were in the top half of Americans. So I think it's more so about a feeling and getting people to feel like they have this inflated sense of accomplishment or ability to conspicuously spend than actually numerically, tangibly, your income, boom, you're right here. It's more. Honestly, Newt Gingrich said it best. Yo, fuck your facts. It's all about that feeling. If I can get them to feel a certain way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey.
What did I say about the 20%? The prime example about the affirmative action decision for the Supreme Court with Harvard, I thought that whole entire discussion was ludicrous. The vast majority of people, regardless of your skin color, would not go to Harvard. Harvard accepted someone to a point of 0.001%. So it's like, why are we having a public discussion about why aren't certain ethnic groups getting to an institution where only 0.001% of people will get into? It's like, what are we talking about here? And and it's fine if certain people are interested in that, but what does that have to do with the rest of society though? Right? Why is it a public discussion? And this is why I think it's so absurd. The idea is that if more representation, like if the composition of the top 20% is like a lattice work of different colors or mosaic, then society is better. I'm like, no, the rest of society, the 80% is still screwed, right? We're screwed.
Here's the problem that we have with this, and I'm going to end out in a minute. And I'm going exactly to what you're saying, Black Socrates, because this is a status thing, but it's also if the people that were originally in that top 20%, or that in this case, what you're speaking about, that 0.1% of Harvard attendees. Here's the problem. They're the ones who define who gets in the door and how those people will move, think, and operate, regardless of where you fit in the political spectrum, right? So what ends up happening is exactly what you said. These people enter those spaces and just adopt the prevailing ideology. So all you will have is a smorgasbord color of different white folks. This is going right to what Rogish covered a few months ago about the new oppressor class being white folks in different colors. Because they're the ones who set the precedent of this prevailing ideology, right?
Yes, but you're assuming that if the color composition of the top 20% was different, that the behavior would be different. And I'm saying no. I'm saying the behavior won't be different. I'm saying it won't be different. It's just going to be different colors of the same prevailing ideology, which nobody's going to say it's white at that point, but it's still the dominant society's prevailing ideology, which is still some white power shit. It's just going to be coming from the hands of Kim Foster. Oops.
But that's what they're going to have inherited. They're going to have fully inherited the thirst, if you will.
Yes.
the newer vampire that Blade had to fight.
Yeah. Go ahead, Lion, and then we're going to end out in a minute. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's what Jason Black still believes. He believes in becoming top 20%, but he still believes in the bootstrap business. I'm like, you can't have both, man.
No.
And I listen to Jason Black, and I'm like, I do believe in working hard, but you can't have both.
That. You know, there's no John Henrying. Individual John Henrying, yes. Community-wide John Henrying, no. And what ends up happening is the group of people that become Black people that get into those circles are put between a rock and a hard place. Are you really going to advocate for your people? And when I say advocate for your people, this quote-unquote liberation that we're speaking about, right, where you don't have to adhere to white norms and ideas, or are you going to just get in where you can fit in, which is real comfortable and real lucrative?
Yeah.
That's a question for every individual Black person to answer, because I can't answer that for you.
What's the question?
Right? Do you advocate for Black people in earnest when you get into these spaces, or do you just get in where you could fit in?
Well, given the seats are so small, the top 20%, it's already set the standard of getting where you fit in. It's already there.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Mr. Z, and this is why I said earlier. I said the thing that people are going to have to, that a lot of so-called Black people, especially a lot of so-called Black men, are going to have to come to grips with, is the fact that you being a working class man, if you're not out here like committing a bunch of violent crime or doing a lot of fraud or fucked up shit, and you're just going to work, by default, and it's going to sound crazy to a lot of people, by default, you're doing the most good for the quote-unquote community overall by being gainfully employed and not being that shit crazy or being a scam or abusive and violent or whatnot.
No, is that me?
You're doing more good for the community by far than any of this quote-unquote advocacy. Because as you can see, Mr. Z, is that most of these people, when they get into these rooms or whatnot, they compromise their integrity, or these people that want to call themselves activists and advocates were never sincere in the first place. You know, so like I said, going to what Lion said, again, it's not so much of we got to do all this exceptional stuff, Mr. Z. It's more so it's like not being an unnecessary burden on other so-called Black people.
Yes,
I completely agree, and that's why when you said advocacy, I'm not sure what you mean, because when I look at the Black community, my lens is very different. I see a problem with people who can cooperate with one another, and I'm not. This is not to say, because when I say this, I have an older brother, and we argue about this. He says, "Oh, you're ignoring structural racism and racism." I said, "No, I'm not ignoring it. I'm saying that if you can't work with your fellow Black person or your fellow Black woman, if you cannot work together, it doesn't matter if people are racist or not. It doesn't matter. You will still lose. You cannot even begin to do anything if you can't cooperate with one another."
I agree with that. Hey, and what you just said is real community. That's the thing. You don't get to participate in community just because things look promising, or just because you just got a foot in your ass. And it is about being like, oh, I can't stand this motherfucker, but we need to work together for the betterment of all of us. That is what real community is.
And so what happens when the John Henry and the Black individuals rise up? They're faced with a conundrum, because I think they would love, not to boast, but I'm in these circles, right? And the question is, all right, I would love to bring as much people with me who are Black, but how can I when they're so dysfunctional? They can't cooperate. They can't do things. They can't do certain things. And it's like, what do you do? So if I advocate, who am I advocating for? For more Black people to be functional? Fine. The number one way for them to be functional is for them to have intact nuclear families. We don't want to talk about that, though. We don't want to talk about the fact that the Black, the Black community, one of the two statistics that stand out, they have the most, least amount of married people. Okay. If you look at the income distribution, Asian Americans, white people, then other groups. What also do they have? Highest rate of marriage. So I said there seems to be a direct correlation between marriage and average income. And it makes perfect sense. Marriage can be the immediate boost to your income that few things can do, upwards of 100%. Not to mention that the other factors that it gives you, stability, to prioritizing things, saving, budgeting, because now you have to think about your family. So when you don't have these things, you have to replace it with things. And that's why I talk about the fact that consumerism is a replacement for a hollowness or a hole. You buy things because you lack inner resources, right? The inner resources you lack, you're trying to make it up with outside things. And that's what's happening with the people in America. They're hollowed out. That's why I'm planning to take a trip to Amish country and just hang out with them and talk to them. Because I'm like, these people, again, people can criticize them, but they're doing way better than the average American, and yet they only have 19th century or 18th century technology. And that should be a very glaring thing to us, that how are these people able to have intact families, community, be happy, 8th grade education, and yet not have access to all the stuff we have access to?
I said it when miserable. What I said earlier, they never bought in.
No. Oh, I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that. So now we bought in. How do we reverse the trends? Because
I don't know if we can.
How do we help?
Short of a comet or alien invasion or like a post-apocalyptic nuclear war, like I don't know if we can, because you're asking people to quote unquote degrade, like go backwards,
like literally desocialize. That's what you're asking. literally question things they've learned since they were in junior school.
Knowing since been knowing.
But that's how they got here, right? They will I'm saying reverse the deculturalization. So deculturalize the current culturalization. So they already got deculturalized one time already, right? Before, were we all Protestants or Christian, dumb, blah 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 blah, and that got stripped away from us, and now we're secularist materialists. So how about we deculturalize that? That's all I'm saying. To do the same process,
except that you have an incentive to do it. There's
an incentive to do it. It's not going to happen until you have an incentive to do it, and you're going to have to go at the people that are pushing them the hardest, because they're the ones who benefit the most.
And then on top of that,
on this road, it's hope.
You talk about black.
I'll also add on to what y'all are saying. The church is in need of a major reform. Okay, it's in need of a major reform. Okay, because y'all have this is me speaking as Christians for my Christians in the chat. We have got to get these snakes up out of here, okay? Because what they're doing is they're pelleting secular ideology into the church and expecting everybody to go on with it as if it doesn't actually preach against it in the Bible.
Because they're not asking the question, why aren't men in church?
Let me read this real quick, you guys.
Nobody wants to answer that question.
And this goes to what Lion and what Demetrius was saying. Men have been socialized to be afraid of women. You want to know why men are not in church? Anyway, and thank you, No Placeholder, for the super chat. Thank you, No Placeholder, for the super chat, because I read it at the perfect time. What Demetrius just said and what Lion just said about Negroes not being in church. This is why. To be in church for the pimping ass pastor preacher to be trying to get you to marry one of these single moms, it's a real thing. Ask Demetrius if I'm lying. It's a real thing.
They literally have church matchmakers, and I'm like, shouldn't y'all be focusing on people's bettering relationship with God? Because at the end of the day, that's the one that matters. That's literally what's preached in Christianity. And then on top of that, nobody in the church should be technically single. Union is what should be preached above all else, and with the higher power above all the other stuff.
But you also need examples of that union, and we have no healthy examples of that.
Not necessarily. So here's the thing. So throughout American history, or the history of the West, there have been revivals, right, that spontaneously occur, which is a very fascinating phenomenon, I think, because it's like, all of a sudden people were secular and doing whatever. Then all of a sudden some open air preachers started preaching. Your John Wesley, Thomas Wesley, George Whitefield, and all of a sudden everyone starts becoming religious, right? They have 100,000 people audiences, people having spasms and conniptions. Everyone's reading the Bible and now getting in faith. Then it dies down again. Then John Dewey comes out, and John Moody comes out. Same thing. Charles Finney, same thing. Revival. Last one happened in 1960s with the revival then, right? With I forgot that guy, famous guy. So what I'm saying is that people who are thus convicted about the situation in this country, they need to just do old school and go outside, get a microphone, and speak your piece. Because I think if enough people actually did that, it might actually change things, because people are not hearing certain things, and that's why our society is the way it is. We're not hearing certain messages. Like the idea that, why are you chasing material things? Why aren't you thinking about greater things? Why aren't you thinking about family? Why are you not thinking about your mortality? We're all going to die. Why aren't we thinking about these things? And that's what I think that the mainstream wants. They want you distracted and not thinking about these universal concepts. And I think the more people are called to mind and think about this in a real way, that you may stand before God. I don't know. You will have to account for the life that you live. What will be your legacy? Do you care? Do you have any conscience? Is your heart so wretched that you have no concern for how
Tupac had an answer to this. He said, fuck that. I'm not begging for this hopeless ass, and I'm paraphrasing, hopeless ass, shitty ass, fucked up ass life. I know it sounds super nihilistic. I know it sounds nihilistic, and Mr. Z doesn't actually buy into this. But to answer what Black Socrates was saying, what's the point if I can't enjoy this life and have nice things here? Forget the afterlife. I'd rather burn in hell, but because I don't know if that exists. But this thing that I do know exists sucks. What can I do to make this better and to enjoy this thing that I can touch, feel, taste, and really enjoy here? How can I enjoy this?
Yeah.
I'm agreeing with you, by the way. I'm just giving you a different
what you just highlighted, Z, is like the annihilation of the concept of delayed gratification.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think those two concepts are distinct. I don't think thinking about. Remember, I said a series of universal questions. I think one of the universal questions also is your current state of affairs, not just your afterlife, right? I don't think I'm not one to put a distinction and say only think about your afterlife. I call it emphasizing the eschaton, and I think that's also nihilistic to also only think about your afterlife. It's also nihilistic, right? To say I'm not gonna do anything. We're dying anyway, so who cares? That's also nihilistic.
Yes.
So no. I think both are important. Right. And I actually put more emphasis on now than afterlife, because I think afterlife is the culmination of what you did in this life. So you have to think about what you're doing now. And I also think that you should enjoy it because you're a human being, and being happy and being pleased and satisfied is something that you desire. And it's not a bad desire to have, to want to be necessarily satisfied. So I don't think that's a bad thing anyway. But we have to think about how do we get these things. And once you have these discussions, the discussions that we're currently having aren't real ones. What I mean by us, I mean publicly. These public discussions aren't real conversations. They're like con artists trying to con each other, right? Say, hey man, I got this car. You got this car. I got this car too. So what kind of car you got? Oh, it's just lies. It's all lies. We need truth. And I think truth is very powerful, right? We need truth. The more people who tell the truth, the more truth tellers they are, the more we can actually, I think, change society. Now, will I be this truth teller? No. that's, I'm honest about that.
Well, here's a question.
Go ahead.
But what you just said about truth. Do people even know what truth is anymore?
Yes. I believe it's eternal.
Excuse me, there's my truth and there's your truth.
I don't believe that.
What is this
they
truth?
lie. They don't believe that. No one believes that. They say that. They say that. If that was the case,
the fact that Black Socrates knew all his bullshit and he knew that them motherfuckers don't believe that shit for real. Go ahead.
Listen. I don't talk to women because I know how to make them cry, like immediately, right? Because they're like jellyfish to me. I can see right through them, right? I can look at them and see through them. When they say stuff like that, they don't believe it. Because if I ask them, I said, "You have your truth, no problem. I didn't know you were your own God." They said, "What do you mean?" I said, "If you're your own truth and your own reference point, therefore you are your reality. You are your presupposition. You are your mighty being. So you're your own God." "Oh no, that's not. No." And I say, "That's fine with me. That's fine. I accept your premise that you're your own God. But understand that when I accept your premise, it leaves an implication. And the implication is I don't mess with gods. I mess with mortal human beings. I don't go around having relationships with gods. So therefore we can't even have a relationship because you're your own deity. Good luck, deity. Be one with yourself and live your deified life." You see, it's very simple. The problem is that we're not being consistent.
I like that.
Yeah. Like being consistent with their ideas. Like if you want to say you're your own truth, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I say, okay, conversation's over. Why? Because why should I talk to a god? You're beyond me. Same thing with this king and queen talk. If a woman comes to me and says she's a queen, I say, "Your Majesty, I am but a humble peasant. I cannot be in the presence of someone with such distinct peerage and pedigree. I bow out. Good day to you, madam. I cannot speak to you because it will be an offense." Okay, let's be consistent. If you want to talk about this king and queen talk, it's nonsense. Stop it. People are lying. It's all lies.
There's nothing that annoys me more than that. Go ahead.
Black Socrates, question for you, brother.
Sure.
What about the ones that play the rocks? What you give for them?
What do you mean play the rocks?
Yeah, there's some women that you don't know about the Crystal Sisters, like they
the ones that if you say they're their own god, they'll be like, "Yes, I am." We're talking about I know exactly where better you was going. The ones that will own it. Yeah, you're right. And
okay. My question is, why are you interacting with a woman like this? Like, that's my question. Like, why are you interacting with a woman who can cast spells on you? Like, why would you do that? I'm not serious. This is what see men are compromising. That's a problem. That's why I say telling the truth is important, because men are really the controllers of society.
Socrates, how crass do you want me to be to the question that you just asked?
Hey,
listen, again, you have to make decisions in life, right? Like me, if a woman's a brouhaha, you know what I'm saying? Personally, I'm not gonna mess with her, right? Because I don't.
Thank you for understanding what I really was asking you just now, and I didn't have to go into detail. Thank you. Go ahead. And then after that, Big Kevin, then we're gonna close out. Go ahead.
I would say you have to ask yourself: do you really want the kind of issues a woman, if a woman's mentally unstable, which I think is the case if a person thinks they don't God, do you want an unstable person in your life? Because they can wreck it's easier to destroy than to build. It's easier to cause havoc than to cause harmony. Do you want someone who's an agent of chaos in your life? And if you want that, because a lot of black men,
but Socrates, it goes back to this question I asked you before. I agree with you, by the way. I'm playing devil advocate here, talking about church. But sure. Socrates, the way she looks in that dress, Playboy, you know.
I get that. Listen, you know, I get you. My question: why can't you find that with a woman who's not going to cast spells on you? Like, does it have to be all or nothing? Does it have to be like I have to get a woman who casts spells on me who's bad in that dress? There's no woman who's bad in that dress who don't cast spells. I don't think
this
so.
Isn't true. This is true. This is true.
My question is count the cost and the risk. Like, listen, if you're messing with a woman, I'm telling you, like, listen, if you're messing with a woman, like, I believe the world's metaphysical. I really do, because I think ideas control the world. Not ideas in the sense of just talking ideas, but thought patterns and quantum mechanics and quantum entanglement. You know, there's theories and evidence for this stuff. So let's say hypothetically there's some reality to it. Do I really need a person that's trying to summon their psychic energy to direct it towards me for harm? Like, do I need that in my life? I don't think I need that in my life. My life has issues as is. I don't need more. So therefore, I say no. I'm not going to be involved with a woman like this, because who knows what kind of things she will bring into my life. I'm good. Yes, she is bad in that dress. Yes, her head game is crazy. I get that. My question is it worth the risk? Everything has to be counted for the risk.
Wait. When you said she looks bad in that dress, yes. When you said the head game is crazy, nigga, you just lost like 85% of niggas with that one. They gone. It's a done deal. Hey, it's gone. Hey. They gone. That's a yes. That's a yes.
I understand that, and this is why I'm a libertarian, because I ultimately understand you niggas are on your own. Like, listen, you're on your own. If you want to.
Wait, was that me, or did Black Socrates go
out? No. He cut too.
Okay, y'all go ahead, because I think who was I think Big Kev was trying to say something. But go ahead, Demetrius, if you're trying to say something. Big Kev, go ahead. Because we trying to look. Mr. Z is off today, y'all. I gotta go touch grass. Yeah.
All right. Let me do my closing thoughts then. Let me go ahead and get this out the way and do my closing thought. Okay, my closing thoughts are this. Listen, we live in a world of like roughly 8 billion people, right?
Facts.
Roughly. Okay. We cannot expect all these people to be, what's the most polite way to say this? Completely all their individuals, okay? And America is way too free to be worried about this specific person and if they're gonna make it out. You have to be concerned about you and the people you love first and foremost, which is why when I came in here and I was criticizing the 4B movement, why I made it personal. Because I think when we don't make these things personal and we don't actually engage with these ideas and then tout that to the people that we love to protect them, it's going to have for lack of a better term, consequences. And that's how you get the person that you love at the family reunion telling some crazy nonsense. No, let them know. And if they don't change, then hey, at least you tried. You tried. You did your job. Okay? The next thing I want to say is whenever you get people like Professor Odie or Conscious Lee on like your feed or whatever, these people are like, I don't know if y'all noticed this, but these people dang near think they are Jesus. Okay, it's not even worth engaging with them, but rather the audience.
They do think
I don't really care about the content creator. I care about the audience, because you're misleading these people. Yes. That's what I care about. And I'm not one to let a faulty ideology just sit and fester out here, because like look at it this way. This is how I see things. Okay. All right. So you got this one person who thinks they have it all figured it out, i.e. Real Talk with Yanni, i.e. Consciously, Professor Odie, Paris Milan, Senji, Autumn, right? And then you have these people who are actually trying to figure this stuff, actually figure out what's going on in their life and find answers. And these people are giving them straight bull crap. And then they're actually buying into it. So while yes, there is a point of personal responsibility, I think as a good Samaritan, the best thing you can do is just put the right message out there, because like certain things, while yes, like the right thing isn't normally monetizable, or it's not always going to be the most popular, the point of doing the right thing is just to do the right thing, and whoever will follow you, and that's what I'll close out on.
Hello?
Hello?
Yo.
Yo.
Yeah, that okay.
Oh, my bad, go. I'm over here talking to myself. What the hell? Anyway, okay, so I didn't realize I put myself on mute. Anyway, okay, so
Okay.
look, thank y'all for coming up. We'll pause right there. Love, peace, and chicken grease. Prodigies,
Oh, yeah, I
thank
was
you for
about
the
to say,
super chat. Oh yeah, but okay, go
I was
ahead, Big
about
Kev.
to,
Because
yeah,
when I was pausing, I thought I was actually y'all could actually hear me. I was like, Kev, you got something to say? Go ahead, Kev, and then I'll
yeah.
close out.
Yeah, man, it's just a matter of these one things, bro. Overall, when it comes to the spiritual side of things, it's
Mhm.
like the thing about it is that it's all about spiritual growth and evolution. When people talk about the
Mhm.
afterlife, I know the late brother Panic here. He said that basically, if you understand how your subconscious mind is affected by three things: trauma, symbols, and repetition, and how you can manipulate things, your subconscious mind to shape your worldview or to get things that you want and stuff like that. Once you understand, that's pretty much the base of understanding, right? When it comes to, like, spiritual stuff, and then in regards to things in this life here, again, the more and more, I guess for me, the more and more I realize is that how you're able to positively affect change. It's not so much you got to do all these exceptional things. It's more so it's like you just can't be like an unnecessary burden on other people. You know what I mean? And then just offering help here and there. That's ultimately more effective than trying to basically looking for a hero and a savior. So.
Yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah. Look, Big Kev, you got to be part of the Doomer stream when I stream that. That's probably coming next week ish. So yeah, we'll work on that. On that note, everybody, and I wanted to read this. Prodigies, thank you for this. And Prodigy says, "Great stream, fellas," and thank you for that. Thank you for the super chat. And we will pause right here. Let Mr. Z go touch some grass and go be a boyfriend. Goddamn, 4 hours, 4.5 hours. So hopefully Mr. Z doesn't stream to y'all with a black eye next stream. No, I'm joking. But on that note, y'all have a great, great, great rest of y'all Sunday. We will pause right here. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content, for the love of God. You want to know why everybody on my panel know what the hell they talking about? Because we actually watch stuff that's both Manosphere related, Black Manosphere related, and non-Manosphere related, and we read stuff and we put it together and see how the hell that's going to affect us individually as a black individual man, and us as black men collectively, and the black community. So yeah, definitely check out other non-Black Manosphere content. Some of the content is in my community tab. Y'all go ahead and check that out. So on that note, y'all have a great, great, great rest of y'all day. Mr. Z out.